Please, so that we're ready to make a start. Jimmy, I've got a year to learn how to do that till next time, but for the moment, happy birthday. I haven't done it yet. Let's just pass it around. Yeah. All right, good morning. I'll open the meeting. Whakataka te hau. Whakataka te hau ki te uru. Whakataka te hau ki te tonga. Kia makina kina ki uta. Kia mā taratara ki tai. E hiake ana te atakora, he tio, he huka, he hohu. Tihe moriora. So good morning and welcome to our Finance and Performance Committee meeting this morning. We will start with item 1, apologies. And I've got an apology for lateness from Councillor James Goff, who will be joining us later, but when he does so, he'll join us by Zoom. I've got an apology for lateness from Catherine Chu. I did have from Yanni, but Yanni, now you're here, so that's great. So those are the apologies, so I'm happy to move those. Early departure for James Daniels. Okay, so I'm happy to move. Sam, you're happy to second. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. Declarations of interest. So there are a number of declarations of interest which are up there on the screen. CCHL, Christchurch NZ, Councillor Scanderett in item 18 relating to venues Otautahi, and then an additional one which we need to make sure we record is Sam MacDonald in relation to item 15. So they're just for noting. Confirmation of previous minutes. I'm happy to move the previous minutes. Sam will second. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Public forum. There are no public forum participation items this morning. Deputation by appointment. There are no deputations this morning. And presentation of petitions. Item 6. There are none. So that takes us to item 7, the performance exceptions report. Peter Ryan, welcome to the table. Let's take some introductory remarks and then we'll deal with any questions.
Sure. Thank you. Good morning. Just to put the report in perspective, it's not a generic status update. It is focused on performance exceptions against what was in the last LTP. We are looking at some moves in the coming year to put some perspective at the front of this report around highlights before we dive straight to the exceptions, just to balance the view of the content, because what's often missed is that we're delivering, say, 80% of what we promised. We move straight past that to the exceptions. So there's a balance issue there. In short, where we're headed at the moment with, this is the second last of the year, there'll be a year end at the next meeting, is that the level of service situation is largely stable and largely consistent with previous years. It is below the 85%, but as noted in the past meeting, we are still suffering from a lack of international visitors to some of our venues like galleries and other venues. That will remain in place while COVID is an issue and international travel is an issue. there's nothing we can really do about it, and Audit New Zealand is not terribly flexible on using that as a factor around the targets. Their view is that it just is what it is. In terms of the coming year, there are processes being brought into place that will put more focus on level of service exceptions earlier in the year. So in other words, being onto them earlier. The quality of measures that you approved in the LTP, the new LTP yesterday, is higher. There are relatively fewer. So I would expect that we'll pick up on performance just by virtue of those factors alone, let alone the focus issue in coming months. But we are very close to a normal year, which is interesting given that we have the COVID impacts. So we're at 81.6%. There have been some exceptions that have appeared this month. The obvious one is granting building consents within 20 working days. That's simply because building activity across the country is way up. The resourcing around that is not easily scaled up or down. The expertise around building consents is tough to get. So that's very much a case of excessive demand. And that's also linked to processing of resource consents. Public transport infrastructure, reliability of passenger journey time. Obviously there's been discussion at previous meetings about this, and Sarah Newman is positioned, as was undertaken at the time, to deliver a report to Council in August on exactly how that works and what remedies have been put in place and how successful they're proving. Apart from that, the watchlist capital projects, and I'll stress this is quite different from Ruth's report in that it's all capital projects over all years rather than just the current year, is still steady at around a 77%. That includes projects not just in execute phase but also in planning phase as well. So it's the end-to-end view that was requested as part of this performance target, quite different from an overall update against all projects. So that is also steady, and they're very likely to be the results you'll see at year end in a month's time. So rather than line by line from there, Mr. Chair, if it's all right with you, I think that's open to questions now.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, just relating to the second resolution that's in front of us, that obviously is tidying up that level of service, revising that level of service target, reflecting the fact that we've no longer got those units in the portfolio, and therefore that affects the target level of service. So it actually just revises the level of service to reflect the facts as they are on the ground. And even though we're almost at the end of this financial year, the financial year that this change affects, obviously the fact that this resolution is in front of us means that it's appropriate that we do that, even though we're almost at the end of the year.
That's right. It isn't so much a decision we're coming to you now with, but rather noting that it's a corollary of the decision you made earlier. The decision to change the number of units was made by Council. This is really a way of saying this is the impact on the level of service. So we're not really so much seeking the decision which is already made as noting the impact.
Yeah. All right, that's great. Thank you for that. Now moving to questions. Pauline.
Thank you, Peter. Just referring to the building consents, so you did explain why that delay is there, but can you tell us, so the 20 working days, how far outside of that are we tracking now, and are we at risk? Talking about accreditation, of course.
I don't believe that accreditation is at risk because of a temporary, and I must say I'm not an expert in this area, but because your 20 working days is not being met is not really the trigger for loss of accreditation. The key trigger in the past was lack of systems and reporting around it. Many councils exceed the 20 working days sometimes.
Right.
So, but look, I think it'd be worthwhile getting the detail for you on that.
Yeah.
I'm aware that there is a huge increase in building activity across the country, and in fact it's an international thing, wood shock and all of those factors. And so the obvious conclusion is that demand is exceeding supply from our resource point of view. I understand that the guys are working weekends and so forth to try and meet demand.
And I mean, the thing is to use the word temporary, but we don't know how long it's
No.
actually going to go on for. So I
And
think it's really
I think
worth
we're
us
going to get some
keeping
better intel now.
in. Okay.
Kia ora, councillors. As you've been told, across the country, building consents and resource consents are just going through the roof. So no council, in my view, is probably meeting their timelines at the moment. In my view, and I've had a lot of experience of this, the accreditation is definitely not at risk because the not meeting the timeline is absolutely explained by pressure on the teams. What we normally do is when we are under this sort of pressure, we either get help from other councils or we bring consultants in because every other council in the country is under the same pressure. There is absolutely no resource around. So, this is a major issue. It's a positive issue in terms of the economic activity, but it's a major issue across the country, lack of resource to process these consents. So certainly the team's doing absolutely everything it can. It's doing a really good job of keeping the applicants informed of the process. So we're not hearing a big pushback at the moment from applicants who otherwise would be really frustrated.
So is it fair to say that there's going to be no early solution to this situation? So we probably do need to keep an eye on it, I think.
We are keeping an eye on it. The team's doing quite a good job at just sort of thinking about resourcing and upskilling and training. It's not an area that you can suddenly go into, particularly building consents, because you do have to have accredited building officers, so it's not an easy fix, but I know the team's looking at that.
Thank you.
The notes suggest some of the reply for you there. Staff are working overtime, recruiting has been approved and is underway, outsourcing is underway. We're currently at 90.4 year to date against a target of 95, so it's actually not miles out, but it doesn't trigger loss of accreditation. May was at 65, so obviously we've hit a fairly serious spike.
Thank you. Tim.
Councillors will be aware, we've just had an IANZ accreditation through, and we went through with flying colours, so that should be top of the list. And as staff said, it's not a risk to our accreditation at all. And as it's been pointed out, when we go out for staff, every other council around, every other TA is trying to poach the same thing. So it is a qualification. It's of a high standard. So everybody is in the same boat. It's a positive, negative.
Thank you. Back to questions. Are there any further questions? Thanks, Jeff. Phil.
The 50% of the phone calls I get from people complaining to me about this, and I realise that the staff are working overtime, and that's great, and people have got to have a break and they can't work all day long. Can you see light at the end of the tunnel? Can we flog people from the resource consent department, or is it not that simple?
Unfortunately, councillor, it's not that simple. So the building officers do need to be suitably qualified. So it's where we can backfill, particularly in the sort of administrative support we are. But the resource consents team is under equally the same amount of pressure and are really struggling as well. So the central government's also resourcing up in these areas, particularly in the resource management area. So we're under threat in terms of our people being poached from all sorts of places. I have to reassure you, we're doing absolutely everything we possibly can. The team takes those targets really, really seriously, and those meeting those timeframes really, really seriously.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So Yanni and then Leanne. Yanni.
Just appreciate we're going to get the workshop on the PT issues. Just in terms of the IT issues that we're still having with like Hybris and the integration, sorry, it's been a busy month, and I know it has been for you as well, with the LTP, but have we had that information through, or is there a time frame for getting that information if we haven't?
There is. I was in touch with Sarah Newman this morning, and she confirmed that her understanding is that she's bringing back information to council in August about what the issues are, what the remedies are, and how successful the remediation has been, and that was understood to be an August deadline.
So is this for the public transport?
Well, the Hybris is the measurement of, you're talking about the measurement of journey time?
Right, so both things like the public transport and the IT issues are going to be reported back in August. Was that?
So there are two different issues you're referring to, Yanni. One is the accuracy of the PT information, and the other is the issues that we've acknowledged in the past and that we're looking for an update on
if you just go
with
to
the
page,
operation of the hybrid
if
system.
you just go to page 9, I think it's probably the easiest one to follow. So there's going to be a briefing on the PT issues. We did ask for an update on the craft projects. And a memo on IT issues and how they're being addressed. I mean, I wonder if we need to get a closeout report on the hybrid system at some stage. I mean, I don't quite understand how we've invested in all this IT and yet we're having these massive problems of integration. But, you know, maybe there's good reasons for it, but it's just really hard to have every performance exception report to say, well, we've got an issue with the quality of the reporting because of our IT systems.
Yeah, so Peter, there are three issues, just kind of parsing out what Yanni's saying. There are three issues there that Yanni's raised. One of which is public transport, where clearly there's the public transport information, where clearly there's an expectation of a report back. Similarly, the hybrid system, where you're suggesting we're going to get a report back in August. And then there's the broader IT issues that Yanni's raised as well. So with the hybrids, when we say we're getting a report back in August, is that by way of a briefing or a report to this committee, or what does that look like?
My understanding from working with Sarah this morning was that it was a briefing back to the committee in August about the issues, the remediations and their effectiveness. So it sounds like a dedicated briefing. Yeah,
that's good. So that's the hybris one. The PT real-time information, which is one that Yanni's raised in the past. Is there further information scheduled to come back to us on that, an update?
We've had the memo on the real-time information. I mean, we weren't involved in any of it, but we've had the memo. It's really around the public passenger transport investment, because we keep getting told the remedial action is keep doing what we've always been doing, and that'll fix the problem. But what we don't understand is actually the measures that we've put in place, are they working? And if not, why not? Because clearly from our performance exception report, we're not actually improving people taking PT.
So this is where we put a PT lane in,
yeah,
and
so
we're told it'll improve journey times.
When
do we get the report back that it has improved journey times?
Bus lane performance and roles.
Yeah.
And my memory from the last meeting was that we were going to set up a briefing workshop style session that would talk you through all of that,
yep,
and a lot more detail, but it would be 2 or 3 months away before, and it hasn't been set yet, that's all.
All right, so that's scheduled for maybe August.
But it'll be August,
September,
something like
that.
that.
Yeah, all right, so that answers that question.
And the CRAF update, just to finish that one off, will be updated, the CRAF program will be updated in the next bi-monthly report for the Urban Development Committee.
All right, so I think, Yanni, that answers all of your questions in terms of when are we getting the updates, and then the content of those updates, obviously, we'll deal with at the time that we get them.
Yeah. Could I just maybe remind everyone that the level of service is actually the reliability of journey time, and that the target is 86 or better %, and that we're sitting at 85.3.
Yeah.
So that's just to put some perspective around that level of service.
And that illustrates another point that I know, Peter, you've made before. A level of service is either met or it's not met. And even if we miss it just by, a tiny proportion of a percentage point, still it's recorded as not met, even though we might be 0.1 of a percentage point off meeting it.
That's right. Now, you can build in leeway, but then you discover that you can discover some undesirable side effects from that as well, which is, we didn't see it and it was important. So
indeed.
The line needs to exist somewhere.
All right. Thanks for answers to Yanni's questions. Leanne.
I was just on the resource consent issue and the increased pressure in that area. Would you say that Christchurch is more particularly affected because we've got a number of transitional arrangements that are the hangovers from the earthquake recovery, temporary use, residential use, inappropriate use in residential areas, for a period of time? They're all coming to an end. I know that council staff sent out letters in September last year to remind people they were coming to an end, and then again in May, so that there'll be quite a few of the resource consents that are coming in would be those businesses that want to continue in those areas, that sort of thing.
That is my understanding, and then on top of that is just the activity that's
Yeah.
happening nationwide. So there was always going to be a high level
Yeah.
of activity. My understanding is the team was already planning for that.
Yes.
But then they've had that extra.
Yeah, so
workload on
it's
top.
both. It's been a combination of
Yeah.
both here. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Aaron.
Yeah, so 2 questions. First one is around the consenting. What's the industry itself in collaboration with the government doing? Because we obviously got quite a housing shortage across the country, so this is going to go on for years, not a year or two. And then there's all the complicated builds about to come online, some of the big infrastructure projects, but the Christchurch Hospital campus was the most complicated building, Waipapa, in New Zealand's history. But there's a whole lot of hospitals about to be built which are incredibly complicated and all different. They don't do one, not cookie cutter. So what's the industry and the government doing to try and streamline some of that? Otherwise it's just going to get worse. The problem will just blow out really badly.
I can't answer that. I don't know what's happening. But I do know that the team here have been gearing themselves up for the complexity of builds that they know about or think are going to come up. So BUS is doing a really good job at sort of forward planning in that respect. I can't answer your question around what's happening nationally. I can find out for you though and get back to you.
Yeah, let's take that offline. I mean, actually, it's way outside of a performance exceptions report on our own performance at the current time. But yeah, as a matter of interest, if it's something that you are able to update us on, that would be good.
Yeah.
Thank you again. I know we haven't helped ourselves as far as resource consents go by asking for people to get their shingle car parks tidied up, and you had 60 resource consents come dropping in on your lap. That's no fun in anyone's language. Can we push those to the side for a while, or do they have to be done by a certain time and just say carry on as work as usual and concentrate on some of the ones that are more important?
We are bound by the statutory timeframes for processing consents. I think the team knew that they were coming, so they weren't surprised by it because they invited them and they reminded the operators to apply for consents. I can't answer you around why we would prioritise that. My understanding is John and the team are onto it and they're on top of it.
Yeah, 'cause, what I'm getting at is if the guys are up to their neck in it, and I know they are, and then all of a sudden what I would term 60 not important things come in the door.
Yeah, exactly.
But we've created the problem by making the people...
We're moving well outside of, again, this performance exceptions report. I mean, it may be that we want to some sort of an update on these temporary consents coming to an end, which, as a matter of fact, they do on the 30th of June. And there'll be a number of different things. The temporary car parks is just one aspect of it. There are, businesses that are operating from containers in commercial zones where the building they're operating from wouldn't have been consented under normal circumstances. Business operating in residential zones where the zoning doesn't naturally allow for that activity. Particularly if this becomes an issue, and it may, because I'm getting a sense that a lot of people have left this till the 11th hour. It might be something that we want an update from, but from outside of this meeting.
Could I just suggest that this could be actually put through the Regulatory Compliance
That might
Committee?
be the right place for it.
And
Yep.
actually, with regards to the car parks, that was driven from this table, not staff.
Yeah.
Just saying.
So let's pick it up outside of this. Yeah. All right. Aaron, back to you.
Yeah, sorry, I had one other, Andrew. I should have signalled it clear. The on the major cycleways project exceptions, the Northern Line Tuckers to Starks Road bit, what's the hold up there? Because that was kind of ready 10 years ago, but we've never got there. It's on page 2.
It'll close out on the, it's probably cleaner to close that out with the next report. But it is just delayed.
Yeah,
Well,
it's got
that hasn't...
gone from June to October next year, from June this year.
It's the same as it was last month. So it is just delayed. We are working through details with QRL. So we need to update and re-baseline the program. But we want to do that once we've got a fixed program with QRL.
Is there any light at the end of the rail tunnel?
Yep.
Good.
It's pinprick, but it's coming.
All right, so we've got a resolution in front of us to, Melanie, you've got a question?
I've lost the page now. That last table in the report talks about, the last table in the report's got traffic safety and efficiency down by 20%. So that was for the net. I was just wondering about that. Is that about the CRAF?
Sorry, I'm not quite across where you're talking about. The last table.
On page,
Oh, the activities.
40.
Page 40.
Performance by activity table, forecasting.
Sorry, we don't have the same page numbers you do. Right, the budget page.
It's the last page. So it's down by 20.
Attachment D, the performance by activity table.
So it's budget variance down by 20%. Is that the one you're talking
Yeah.
about?
I don't know why that. I'll have to come back to that one. I'll come back for note through the ACE, if that's all right.
Thank you. Okay, so we've got a resolution in front of us to receive the information provided in the report and then to revise the target for the level of service that we were discussing earlier. I'm happy to move both of those. Sam, you will second. Any debate? All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Now, I've also got, and I didn't note it unfortunately, an apology that came in as a message from Jake McClellan. So if we can also record an apology for absence for Jake, who if I'd checked my messages I would have known that he was going to be an apology for absence to the meeting. So then moving on to item 8, the capital project performance report. So Ruth, welcome to the table. Thank you for joining us. You'll be inviting the department heads forward to speak to the particular areas in the report, and we've got the additional table which has been uploaded to the hub, the one that's on the screen in front of us now as well. So Ruth, let's take your comments on this first, and then we'll move to comments from individual managers and questions on those as well.
Great, thank you. Good morning, everybody. So the report that you have in front of you is to May, but as I have for the last few months provided the latest information as of the 21st of June, which was Monday. There is some additional data there now in relation to the spend remaining from the 21st of June to the 30th of June. And just a reminder as well that June is a double month of spend, so we accrue all the work that we do in June essentially. So it is a double month of spend. So in terms of our current financial year forecast, you can see that against a budget of 376 against our core program, we're forecasting 344, which is an excellent result. At the moment, it's about 91% of our core program that we committed to at the start of the year. And you can see that the breakdown by delivery unit is also there. Transport are still forecasting 100% spend against their core program. So by this point in the financial year, June, 1 month remaining, we can have reasonable confidence in the forecast that we're getting from our project managers. And 91% is essentially the key number here, not only in relation to forecast against the core program, but also in relation to how much spend we have against our forecast. So we are 91% spent against our forecast. And by way of previous years, that's pretty much exactly where we were last year and the year before as well. Last year we outperformed our forecast with a better result than what we had actually said we would. Carry forward, so across all of the council we are forecasting an underspend at the moment of 14.5 million. The biggest contributor to that is Parakiori and CMUA. As you know, they are third party delivered. We don't have control of their delivery programs or their forecasts. So spend remaining, I'll speak a bit more specifically to that. Our two biggest units contributing to the remaining spend are transport and Three Waters. And the remaining spend that they have compares favourably to where they have been in previous years. So for transport, referring to the slide above rather than the report, they're forecasting a remaining spend of 10 million. And last year, between the 21st of June and the 30th of June, remember it's a double month of spend, they spent 21 million. Three Waters, they're forecasting a remaining spend of 15 million. 6 million of that is a land purchase, which they didn't have last year. So subtracting that, they have 9 million left to spend, and last year they spent 11 million. So we're in a pretty solid position. The delivery programs are about the same. We've got the same number of projects in construction. So there's reasonable confidence that their forecasts are pretty good. So just before I bring up the delivery leads, if there are any specific questions in relation to that, I'll just speak to financial year 22. We are nearly there. So as we head into delivery next year, in the June report, I will provide some visibility on our current status of where we're heading for next year around level of confidence and areas of risk. And our watch list for next year, so we review that at the beginning of every financial year based on the projects being delivered that year of significant size and of public interest. So in next month's report, I will provide a recommendation to elected members on what projects are going to enter the watch list for financial year 22. So I'll take any questions now, or delivery leads are available if there's any specific questions for them.
All right, thank you very much. So 91% delivery against forecast, as you've said, that's a good result. And I think that reflects the work that we've done as we've prepared long-term plans, annual plans, and the most recent LTP that we approved yesterday, where we have a focus not only on affordability, but also a very strong focus on deliverability. Yeah. And what we're seeing here is the other end of that work, that our forecasting has been realistic and delivery against that has been good. So 91% across the capital programme is a good result. 102% in transport, on the face of it, is an excellent result. There are two things that play into those numbers that probably lead to a couple of questions. One of which is, are the projects which have been delivered, and we probably use transport as an example, given that we're at 102%, are they the capital projects which were in the annual plan and the LTP programmed to be delivered, or has there been a high element of substitution which has brought us to that 102% figure?
Sure. So just before Lynette speaks specifically about transport, in the report, pages 50 to 55, we've got the carry forward bring back analysis, which shows the biggest contributors in and out of this current financial year. They are exception based, so they're the biggest projects that are either shifting out, being delayed, or being accelerated coming forward. And then further to that, there is by delivery unit, and by exception, the projects that are coming in and out. So you can assume, or know, with confidence that we're delivering to the annual plan budget, except for those particular exceptions that are on those pages between 50 to 52. And at the moment, the breakdown by delivery units has a threshold of $1 million. So where there is a move between financial years, greater or less than $1 million, we're providing the detail of the project. One thing that we could do next month to the end of June is provide in more visual terms what projects have shifted from what you committed to at the beginning of the year.
I think that would be really useful because, delivery across the whole programme is one thing to be measuring, and it's right that we do. It's what's happening within those programmes, or what's happening within the whole capital programme. What's coming in, what's coming out, what's moving forward, what's going backwards, that we're interested in. And I know Dawn's doing some work in this space, and we welcome that. But it is, I think it's important that while we celebrate 102% of delivery spend against budget, we also have a reasonable level of confidence that what's been delivered, the actual projects that have been delivered, are the ones that we anticipated would be delivered in this period, and there hasn't been a high level of movement or substitution.
Yeah, I'll provide that next month.
Great, thank you. And the more visual, the better. Maybe we can look at that before you do that. And then my second question relates to what we're measuring here is spend against budget. So it's dollars that we're looking at. What we're interested in as well as spend, of course, is delivery of work against the capital programme of work. And spend, of course, can be affected by our ability to deliver a project under budget. So what might look like under delivery could actually be a good thing, which is underspend because we're spending less in these projects than we expected to. To what extent does that come into play here?
So that comes into play in terms of projects being green in the report, and then obviously if we're going over budget, they go red, and this is exception based, so we don't provide the detail around the savings on all of the projects. I have spoken to recently in the last couple of months around the savings that we've been able to achieve in Three Waters, essentially on the tenders. That has increased again this month, so we've been able to save 18 million on 48 contracts across Three Waters. But at the moment, that's the level to which we're reporting it.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. So moving to other questions. So Jimmy, Yanni, Sam, and then I'll come to this side of the table. Jimmy.
Thank you, Chair. First question on page the 64. Regarding to the home center, consider those procure steel tiles, likely will be delayed. I just want to know the council will procure this one in a leading time. Will it procure a sufficient amount or just part of it to meet those construction of the home center?
We're just talking about the in-ground piles, aren't we, Jimmy?
Yeah.
Yes. So those in totality have been procured early in order to meet the programme deliveries.
Okay.
And guaranteed by the delivery chain to meet them at that point.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Second is on page 69. The Horseway Junction Road, the budget, you mentioned waiting for the confirm by the final long-term plan. So I just want to know whether those budget total is $12.5 million or not. Just confirm those budget.
69 refers to the cycleway. Are you talking about that or
No,
Horseway
the
Junction?
Horseway Junction Road,
Okay.
the project. On page 69.
No, it's
No?
not 69.
Oh, not 69.
65.
Oh, sorry, I made a mistake. 65. But
So the
budget of 12.5.
the budget
Well,
was
it's
adopted
confirmed.
yesterday.
Yeah. So
But
that's
this
a
report was written.
12.5.
This report was written about 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, I understand. I just want
But
to
it was
confirm those
adopted
budget whether it's
12.5
12.5.
million.
Okay, thank you.
That line will
that's it.
disappear next
I
month.
would like to confirm. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Yanni.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. Just on page 72, the wastewater Sydenham suction tank replacement. I was just trying to understand a little bit more about that and what the, I mean, obviously we got some money from DIA, but there's kind of comment that that's a fraction of the cost, that the early project estimates did not adequately identify full scope of works, and that there's been a number of peripheral systems and structures on site. So are we going to get a report on that to approve that work? Or, I mean, I presume it's just under staff delegation, but it's quite a significant increase in funding.
Let Helen answer.
Okay.
So can I just check with you, the Sydenham suction tank, is that the water supply rather than wastewater?
Oh, water supply, sorry.
Yeah, water supply. So, as you know, we've got a rolling 5-year program of inspection of our tanks and reservoirs, and that's one of the ones that was identified in that program. And after doing a detailed inspection, there was additional work that was required to be done, and we did some associated electrical upgrades. So that's the reason for the increase in the funding there.
So has that, but it hasn't been replaced yet.
The work's ongoing, but we can bring you some detail on that as part of the next Three Waters Infrastructure and Environment report if you'd like.
Right, and where's the additional budget going to come from? Are there going to be other projects that the money's taken off?
We have a program for repairs of reservoirs, so we do an estimate of the project, and if the project is either overspent or underspent, we then go back to the program contingency and fund it through the program.
Right, okay. Just the other question I had was in regards to the cycleway, the Tannery to Martindales. This is just on page 67. And I was just wondering if the consent has been approved. Just wondering if, like, I'm not quite sure, but there's a number of references in here around the relationship with KiwiRail, around cycleways and other things. Is there an ability for us to actually meet with KiwiRail at some stage and work through a process? I thought we've kind of talked about this, I think, several times, but, you know, just kind of keen to look forward with KiwiRail and have some governance relationship, because it just seems that they can keep changing what's required and we just get stuck delaying projects. But really interested to know, have we got the consent for this one? How's it tracking, and do we need to do anything with KiwiRail at a governance level?
I can't answer whether the consent's been approved yet. I'll have to come back with the note to Councillor Coker. I'll just come back and let you know. In relation to the relationship with KiwiRail, staff are working really hard with KiwiRail, and staff are working at a senior management level as well with KiwiRail to keep things progressing. Everybody's doing their best in both parts and both organisations to keep things progressing, and that's all I can say on that one. But it is always a challenge, because our priorities and KiwiRail priorities don't always line up.
And just in regards to the timing, so obviously we're waiting for the consent before we finalise the detailed design.
Yep.
And then do we have a kind of time frame?
We need to know our consent conditions before we can put it out to tender, otherwise our contractors are building things that they don't know what the conditions on their build are.
Right. So, but I'm just trying to understand, have we got a rough idea of the next stage of this process when we can report back to the community on the design, on obviously the two-weighing, the one-weighing has been an issue for
my understanding that there will be a report back to the community within the next month, so that
okay,
the report's in the system.
Thanks, awesome,
Yeah.
Cheers.
Thank you, Sam.
Yeah, just a quick one, Ruth, thanks, it's a really good report. I'm just trying to understand, like at a high level, what work we do at year end around the, I guess the accruals, and I mean, you'll know with your experience as well, there's always that mad rush to get things in before the end of the year. So how do we, I guess, test that the spend has actually been delivered before year end?
That's probably a good question Lynette could answer. Come on, Lynette. She's in the detail.
So when we get to year end, we have a double spend in June, so we talked about that before. Yep. And what we do is we accrue our estimate of what the accounts will be on the work that was completed that month. So our staff are out on the ground. If you take a construction contract like Marshall Road Bridge, our staff will go out on the ground and they'll do an assessment of the work completed against the progress payment, and then they'll make an assessment of what the accrual is likely to be. They'll work with the contractors to do that, so they were all working pretty hard to make sure all that's in by the 5th, that's accrued. The contractor puts their paperwork in, but it takes us time to process the paperwork. Yeah. 99% of the time, what we've assessed is what we get billed, and it is on work completed, not on work that they might complete. So right now we're out there looking, so that's what we're doing. So it is, and we are really rigorous on it. It's not, stuff is not being prepaid at all, ever. That doesn't happen.
Okay. And does that happen across the rest of the organisation as well?
Yes.
Within capital delivery.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. So then I've got Anne, Phil and Pauline. Anne.
Thank you again for the great report. And just as a kind of a really general question, but I think, Ruth, you said that over the past 3 years we've achieved 91% of delivery. Is that correct? 90% of delivery over the last 3 years?
I mentioned that by the 20th of June, we had spent 90% of our forecast.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm just interested in the fact that we've had COVID-19, and that how have we managed to do that?
Well, forecast decreased by our project managers as a result of the delays of COVID.
Right.
So it wasn't about spend against budget, it was spend against forecast.
Okay.
So yeah, we delivered 91%, or spent 91% of that forecast
right.
by that point.
So that seems quite remarkable given the circumstances. Yeah, thank you.
Plus, we have outstanding staff as well, councillor.
I agree.
Phil.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Just Ruth, sorry to burst your bubble, but I know that we have got a price increase coming through us with contracting that of PVC pipe and stuff at thick end of 30%. So that's going to make a lot of difference to your cheaper water, because a lot of cost coming up, heading our way soon. And Lynette, do we, when you say we go out and check what we're doing, does the building do that, or do we get consultants to do that?
No, our staff do that.
We do that, okay. And sorry, I've got one for Helen. In here, in the program delayed with the smart waters for the graffiti technology, it says the complexity of the solution. Could you just give me a wee
Part of it was about the complexity of the number of offers we got for the smart water expression of interest, and then the request for proposal, and knitting together the different suppliers for the different aspects of the smart water network. And so the tender evaluations took much longer than we had anticipated. And we're pleased that we're now in the process of signing up contracts and placing orders. So, you know, we are now rolling out the hardware, as it were.
Thank you.
Pauline.
That's very exciting, Helen.
It is indeed.
Look, my question is actually around the land purchase of Otakakino, and I'm just wondering if that is actually the land surrounding there that's now a farm, and that's impacting on the water quality there, and this is to actually remediate that. Is that what this is?
So the land purchase isn't primarily to change the use. The land purchase is to provide sufficient land for us to do our stormwater treatment and flood attenuation works in the upper part of that catchment. The change in use may well also assist in terms of nutrients, but that's not the purpose of the purchase.
Okay, well, could I please get an update on that? Because I know the Otakakino has been a focus on the Christchurch West Melton Zone Committee, because it's just beginning to show increased nitrates, and that was one of our cleanest waterways, and I think it's from the surrounding land. So if there's an opportunity there to address that through this, that would be really welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? All right, so we've got a resolution in front of us to receive the information in the report, in Capital Project Performance Report, the Watch List Report, the External Funded Report, the Major Cycleways Report, and the Project Delivery Complete Report to 20th May, and we've obviously got that additional update on the table that we've just been looking at. So thank you for these reports. Well done on the delivery achievement to date, and we obviously look forward to next time receiving the final figures to close out the year to 30th of June. And thanks to everybody involved this morning for your answers to questions in this meeting as well. So thank you very much indeed. So I'm happy to move the motion that's in front of us. Jimmy Chen will second. Pauline, you'd like to speak to it?
Just very quickly, I'd really particularly like to thank Ruth, because your reports, sitting at the table here, you're so clear, you're a really good communicator, and it's such a pleasure to receive your reports. So I'd just like to acknowledge you.
Thank you. Anything additional? So I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. So now moving to the New Zealand Infrastructure Strategy Council submission. So have we got, David Griffiths for this one. So, David, I'm aware that there's been quite a bit of ongoing work on this.
Yes.
And I'm also aware that there's been a extension of what we thought was a very constrained time frame for us to lodge this submission. Do you want to give us an update on what's been happening and anything that you're wanting us to consider in this meeting to inform a decision that we might make or what happens next?
So, as you know, there's a draft document before you, which is our the work the staff have done to date on putting together a submission. The release of the draft infrastructure strategy was on the 12th of May. As you said, it was supposed to be due today, which was really pushing us in terms of timelines, but fortunately we've got an extension of time now through to Friday of next week, so that gives us some time to make further considerations. We've reached out across the organisation to subject matter experts to get them to provide their feedback to us in terms of different aspects of the strategy, and we have brought that together in the document that is before you now, which is our draft submission. We are looking now for some input from yourselves as well. If there's any further input, we sent this out to elected members for input. It's been through ELT, and we've also specifically asked our Chief Resilience Officer to provide input as well, given the lessons that we've learnt in terms of infrastructure over the past 10 years in Christchurch. So we have put together the document that you see before you. In particular, we'd probably be looking for some input, and I'm aware there may be some interest in particular areas, and particularly in terms of volumetric charging, congestion pricing and centralising. So staff have put together some thoughts in those particular places, but obviously we'd value any feedback from elected members as well. And just, I have the team here with me, Katie, who's been doing the writing, and Rayanne. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much indeed. So, realising that this is a discussion about what we include in a submission.
Yes.
Let's move to any questions or any matters that people might want to raise. So, Pauline.
Thank you, David, and I appreciate the good points that you've raised in this. Number 75, integrate infrastructure institutions. That's causing me a little bit of alarm, that moving Three Waters planning and ultimately transport to regional entities for delivery would effectively remove the critical mass of councils as efficient providers of infrastructure, facilities and services, and thus risk compromising the effective delivery of what remains. And I really agree with all of that. I'm just wondering, you haven't actually put in there that we support or do not support. So with other ones you have put that. I'm wondering if this committee has the view to make that a little bit stronger, that we do not support the integration of infrastructure institutions?
Yes, so that's, I guess that's a good example of where we would be specifically seeking guidance from governors, yes, as opposed to the staff comment. So well, we've put in there something that certainly could be strengthened if that's the will. Yes. Yes.
Well, I would suggest that with the will of the committee, up to you. But I would suggest that we do not support integrating infrastructure institutions, making that.
Yep, and I mean, if that's the case, then it would make sense for us to say that reasonably strongly.
Yes. So we can be explicit about that, yes, absolutely.
Yep, that would be good. I mean, it probably is worth drawing out.
We're going to make a decision later in the year as to whether we opt out of regional water infrastructure amalgamation. And at this stage, we don't have the information upon which to make that decision. And I think I've said publicly on several occasions that central government have certainly made their case from a central government point of view. The country is exposed to enormous future risk in terms of the cost of Three Waters infrastructure. Two Waters probably more so than Three Waters. But that's not the basis for our decision making. Our decision making is what's in the best interest of our city. We haven't consulted with our communities yet, and you know, to be blunt, I don't think people care so much about you know, whether the physical infrastructure is publicly owned by a council or publicly owned by a regional entity. They care about it being safe, they care about it being able to be removed effectively, not discharged into or causing overflows into streets and rivers, and so that's what they care about, is the quality of what's provided, not necessarily whether it's a publicly owned entity at a regional level or whether it's owned by your local council.
The negative in here is removing, critical mass of councils as efficient providers. So
yes, we've got 67 councils, and it's different for different councils, and it may be that it's the basis that we believe that we have sufficient critical mass, but I would rather that we described why rather than just a blanket no.
Well, it's just perhaps strengthening it, that's all I'm saying. So you might not say we do not support, you might use words like we are cautious about this move or something like that.
We could tease out more of the issues that those things raise, and bring those more to the fore, without explicitly saying yes or no.
Yeah, exactly. And realising that there could well be a tension between the national position, what's good for the country, and the local position, what's best for Christchurch.
Yes. But I would rather that we also say that that we have critical mass, that our council is big enough to be the basis for local provision or regional provision as the building block, So, but either which way, base it on what's technically supportable based on the advice that we have in front of us. That's my view, anyway.
Yeah. So if that can be picked up in a strengthening but lifting up those points of discussion, that would be good. Pauline, back to you.
One more, if I may, and it's more of a question. So it's around depreciation. And so should local authorities be required to fund depreciation, blah, blah. And it goes on to say...
Which paragraph is this,
I'm
please?
sorry, 79 and 80, I think.
Thank you.
80, 79 and 80. In 80, it says funding depreciation is arguably of more importance to smaller councils than larger councils, because larger councils can absorb even significant infrastructure replacement across a larger overall capital renewal budget. But I don't understand why a larger council would not fund depreciation at the highest level they can. And I know that we are trying to catch up our level of depreciation. We fund it in a different way, and I think we have been underfunding it.
I guess we're just trying to make the point there of the difference, but because this is a national strategy, the difference across the country and different size of councils, and some councils are more exposed, obviously, with their funding ability than others. So a larger council has more capacity. Yeah,
kind of.
So I mean, it's
in the end, we'd borrow for it anyway. So you might as well fund.
The principles remain the same. It's just again, it comes back to the size. I mean, it's not a critical point, it's just an observation.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah. All right. Jimmy.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I review 5.4, 5.5, I'm concerned if regarding to the social infrastructure by the local government has been omitted, the parks and also library recreation center. But 5.5, you mentioned would like to, kind of working together with the Greater Christchurch Partnership. But I'm not sure whether this item also, remind them to put on. There's a kind of for well-being, particular social infrastructure, whether they agree to put on. And also this partnership cover not only our council, maybe neighboring council, Solving and the Waimea, whether they agree to put on or not.
Yes, so we've been working with our partners, and a draft submission went to the Greater Christchurch Partnership Committee on Friday of last week, I think. And we're continuing to work with the staff at the Greater Christchurch Partnership to ensure that we have consistency across our submissions. So we're trying to ensure that we are speaking with one voice, so that picks up our neighbouring councils as well. I mean, they will obviously be putting in their own submissions, no doubt, but I do know that we're working with the GCP
Yes.
staff. They've taken our submission, our draft submission,
Okay.
and the ECAN draft submission, and used
Yes.
those as the basis for writing theirs.
Okay.
I do know they're also working with the Mayoral Forum
Yes.
as well, in terms of a submission from the Mayoral Forum,
Okay.
to ensure that consistency.
Okay, thank you. Very good.
And all of those other submissions, they've all got the same extension of time that we've got.
Yes, so this isn't, the extension of time was not specific to this council. It's an extension of time for all submitters on this strategy.
So those submissions that we've been sharing information with and feeding into, any changes that are made to this draft as a result of our meeting and the further work will then feed into those other submissions.
Exactly right. So I've spoken with the Greater Christchurch staff so they're clear that we're meeting here today, and they haven't actually started typing yet in terms of finalising theirs. So I'll be going and talking with them after I get your feedback here today,
All
just
right,
to ensure
thank you.
that alignment.
Thank you. Aaron.
Yeah, so three quick questions, if I may. In the intro, near the start, it refers to a 2020 document called Infrastructure Under One Roof. I haven't read that, but that sounds quite dangerous. Like, that sounds like a government takeover of infrastructure, all centralised, and like Pauline's point, not run by councils anymore.
So that was the discussion document that came out in 2020.
Yeah, it was a precursor to this, so I was just kind of setting up what the consultation document would do, what the scope of it was, and that kind of thing. I don't know that we could read too much into the title, but they probably thought
it's a scary title.
Yeah, well, they probably thought it was clever, but.
So it's the discussion document that was setting the scene for the draft.
Yeah, or just throw a grenade into the room and see if anyone's watching, and that. Yeah, well, it was 2020. It was a great year to do it, so they might have got away with that one. Then the others, there was one on page 5 of ours, 3 of the thing, around the challenges, and it says define unnecessary congestion. This is under ours. There may be congestion that is in fact necessary.
Which paragraph, sorry, Aaron, are you referring
it's
to?
under infrastructure challenges.
Yeah,
paragraph 19.
19.
19, second bullet point, yep.
Yeah.
Ryan, do you want to?
So, sorry, what's the question? Are you questioning the bullet point?
Questioning the question that it's define unnecessary congestion, because I think the strategy sets out to get rid of unnecessary congestion, and is that us saying there may be congestion that is in fact necessary?
It's some technical advice that the strategy itself should better define what they mean by that, because there's many different interpretations of that.
So what would be an example of necessary congestion?
I'm not the technical expert in this area, but congestion that we can use to change behavior, as an example. So not all congestion is bad.
Right.
If there's not a lot of support for that, we can remove it. It was just clarifying some words that they used, some language in the strategy that
It's just an interesting concept.
It is.
You know, what we're almost saying is there's some congestion.
The term unnecessary congestion is an interesting concept in itself.
Well, that's like, talk to a heart surgeon. Unnecessary congestion will save your life if you get rid of it.
Slightly different.
Well, if your arteries and that
context,
don't
but
work,
yes.
and then we talk about roads being arteries, okay, well, if the table's happy with unnecessary congestion, then that's the council we are.
The point for us was to ask them to define the unnecessary congestion, so that was the point we were making.
Yes, but it does say there may be some congestion that is in fact necessary. Are we saying that some congestion is necessary? Is that what we're saying? Or are we just getting clarity?
It's a very technical point. There may be some situations where congestion is unavoidable. You cannot build You cannot build roads to ultimately ensure you never have congestion. Otherwise, we'd have very wide roads.
But that's
I wonder whether we can achieve the intent of what's intended, you know, the intent of what we're saying there, just by saying define unnecessary congestion and let that be that.
Yes.
Take up.
Yep. No, thank you.
If that meets the technical purpose of putting that there. I mean, there may be a technical way that's read that's different than the way we're looking at it. Does seem to...
We'll clarify.
Yeah, please.
And there seemed, and finally, my last one is just throwing a disability lens over all infrastructure. I don't see a lot of that here, and traditionally New Zealand has had built prejudice.
Yes.
Which is, I don't probably need to spell out to you, some people might not understand what that means, but there's a lot of places disabled people can't go.
Yes.
It's acceptable in our country to tell disabled people to go around through the back door. They don't come through the front because we put steps, whatever.
Yep.
There's a ton of it. There's not a strong lens for that on here in a country that's supposedly striving for equity.
No, that's an excellent point. Yep.
If we could enhance that some way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Thank you. Tim. Yeah, so Tim and then Melanie.
Sorry for going back to 19. Just two things. One is the first point, specify the size and price point of homes to build, because I know, you know, years and years and years ago you had to get special permission to do a 4-bedroom house or something, you know, like way back in Muldoon's day. It was like, you know, Kim Jong whatever. But so what's that mean?
I think we'd have to go back to the original document, but I think it was more just, again, calling out a lack of specificity around the recommendations in the document, so we could make that clear as well.
Okay. And when we talk about 30-year infrastructure, etc., we in Christchurch, we're unique in the fact that the private laterals that people were paid out for didn't fix them because they went off and bought a boat or, you know, another car or whatever. But that has, although we can't do anything on that private property, but it has affected the ability for our infrastructure to manage the pressure. Yep. And so I'm just wondering, is there somewhere in this document that can reflect that? Because we can plan, because we've got new infrastructure and putting pressure on older and to maintain the older infrastructure, but that is one of the key points that we keep hearing about, that the water leaking in a storm event into our into private laterals affects the 30-year planned infrastructure we have.
Yeah, I think we do cover private and publicly owned infrastructure, but that's a specific point, which is a good point. Yes,
because we have mentioned before that we would like to press the government that when in a future event, people don't get the choice whether to just take the money and not do it because they flush their toilet or whatever and it works, but we've got to actually fix the infrastructure.
Sorry, just on that point, one of the other issues was to get the money, you actually had to fund the inspection yourself and then claim back. So if they didn't agree that it was an earthquake damage causing the problem, you didn't get the money back. So that was actually a barrier for people to understand whether the laterals in their private properties were actually damaged or not. So you had a couple of barriers there to actually getting those repaired.
Yeah, I mean, we had no trouble at all with ours, but we got them repaired, whereas others that we know, they went and bought something.
That's right, and there's a lot out there that we really don't know.
But the principle is that we need it fixed rather than just handing out money.
But
and
it's infrastructure at the end of the day, and it's privately owned infrastructure that has a flow-on
an effect on, absolutely, literally, yeah. Thank you. Cheers.
Landowners have an obligation to have their laterals at a certain level of infrastructure to negate the negative impact on the public.
Yes, I mean, yeah, you could, but it's the practicalities of that, isn't it? Yeah.
All right, thank you. Melanie.
3 points. So first one, page 11, number 58, about the volumetric charging for water infrastructure. Just looking at that consultation document, it keeps referring to waste water. Am I reading that correctly? So in the consultation document, it keeps mentioning wastewater. It doesn't actually ever say drinking water. So what? Yeah. Can you have anything further to say?
I thought it was for both.
This is drinking water, reduce water usage.
Yeah, my understanding.
It does say enable publicly owned water providers to charge water users directly for their services, but that doesn't say volumetric. And enable volumetric wastewater charges for large wastewater sources.
Over the page, on page 78, new housing development should mitigate impacts on water networks. I'll look into that and make sure it is both. My understanding was we were talking about both.
Because I wonder if we'll, I mean, I don't know what other councillors think about that, but we might look at drinking water versus wastewater in different ways.
Separate them out.
Maybe. I don't know. I think we need to have the discussion. Next one, I'll just find it. On page 12, number 64, about the congestion charging. So when you say in Christchurch it may be appropriate to employ congestion charging mechanisms in the future, how large of a Christchurch are you thinking of? Are you thinking of our current boundaries, and what's made staff write this comment, and have you thought any more about it other than the 3 lines there?
So I can't answer the question of geographical scope.
So the submission is our submission, it's the city submission, so,
so it would be Christchurch City, but obviously in implementation around that it would be there'd be some challenges to look at. But this particular transport pricing in itself, they've used the word congestion pricing, whereas the Ministry of Transport is using transport pricing. So there isn't consistency in language, but transport pricing is a key theme of the Ministry of Transport emissions green paper. So that is one rationale for staff to support this in this particular submission. It is something also that it's being looked at through the MRT business case. It's being looked at by NZTA. So there's a lot going on in the background that would have prompted staff to suggest Christchurch is a good test case, because it's happening in Auckland, potentially Wellington, we're the next one.
I wonder whether we should be calling out more strongly the other interventions in this space that would serve as incentives to create an environment where congestion charging in the future could be one of a suite of measures that led to behavioural change or that led to particular outcomes. So to be suggesting that this would need to be done in conjunction with or after significant improvements to public transport networks and service provision and completion of incentives for active transport and mode shift.
Yes.
Are there equitable options? Yeah. It's a carrot and stick approach, but it's creating an environment where congestion charging, if it was needed or considered desirable at some point in the future, and I think that's key as well, would be one of a suite of measures to achieve more people on public transport, more people walking, cycling, and more people travelling in fewer vehicles.
And that funding in other parts of the world, that the funding that comes from that charging is then targeted to making it into public transport, as an example, to make it easier for people to be able to access that. So it one supports the other. So yes,
that would speak to an extension of paragraph 64 to articulate the considerations that we've just put on the table as part of that whole discussion.
Yes.
So,
all right, Melanie, back to you. Yeah.
So another just question on that: would it be appropriate as Christchurch to potentially put in Greater Christchurch? It may be appropriate to employ congestion charging. Right. Okay. And then the last one, page 15, number 82. Centralising asset management functions, and you sort of commented on this before where you were looking across the country, but most of what is written here is talking about small councils that may have poor records, and that being a rationalisation for not centralising, which is not a very good reason. They should have good records. So I don't know if we should be even putting that there, and if we should be saying something else, I don't know. But it's not a good rationale for not centralising things because they've got poor records. It's actually a rationale for centralising if they have poor records, because there should be a process to get them to have good records. But I'm not necessarily for centralising.
So I guess what we're trying to say there, centralising might be suitable for those smaller councils, but where in a council like ours, where we've got the information and we've got the institutional knowledge, it may not necessarily be the right thing to do. So what we're calling out there is, yes, we understand the argument, but it doesn't necessarily apply to every council. So we could strengthen and clarify that.
Yeah, that would be good.
So it's almost weakening. It may be an option, especially where it's, you know, even if you remove the word especially, then that changes the nuance there quite considerably.
Yes. No, that's helpful. Thank you.
All right. Who else did I have? Anne, did you have something?
I was just wondering about the recent decision that Waka Kotahi made in terms of pulling out 420 million from the kind of stuff we're talking about, and how this, you know, in trying to understand that in the context of this. Is there any connection, or how does it?
There is a comment we've made. Sorry, I don't know what that
There's a
is.
paragraph in here which is really good. It talks about an example of one way not to do this is.
That is where we.
So we've picked that up.
Yeah. Good.
Paragraph 74.
Okay, that's cool. And also just thinking about well-being, 15. Whether we need to be stronger about the focus on well-being, and how, you know, we say careful consideration is needed as to what is meant by value for money, in terms of that, and how could in equity and all those sorts of things. Is there any way that we could strengthen that a wee bit more in terms of?
Which paragraph were you reading?
Sorry, it's in the principles, outcomes and principles, number 15. I mean, just relating to that last question, you know, the fact that there'll be bridges that heavy vehicles won't be able to go on in little communities, that will mean that they won't get postal delivery, for example, or they won't, you know, those, just sort of making those connections to the fact that these funding decisions will have an impact on the well-being of a community in some way. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Yanni.
Thank you. Several things. One is just to raise the concern around the congestion charging. So I don't support us looking at that or enabling that to be considered here.
And we were looking at changing that to transport pricing, to get away from the congestion. Yeah, so I think there's a bit of discussion to be had in there. So,
Yeah, I mean, you know, if you look, for example, you know, we've got a whole bunch of other stuff around like PT that's just not working. So I think we should be explicit.
So we address
I don't know how
that.
others probably disagree, but
what the previous discussion was, any consideration of that would need to be in the context of improvements to other transport interventions, so that it could be seen in the future as a suite of measures. So there are a number of considerations around that probably reflect what you're saying.
I just think fundamentally we're different than Wellington and Auckland. We keep getting Wellington and Auckland solutions imposed upon us, which actually, in my view, fit for purpose, like the urban development, the National Policy Statement on Urban Development. So, you know, but I mean, people obviously have a different view. So, just the waste minimisation. I note that you know, I think a lot of what's in there is quite good. But you talk about regional solutions. I wonder whether there needs to be more thought to national solutions. I mean, it seems crazy in a country the size of New Zealand that we wouldn't look at New Zealand-wide solutions. And I think that's where the government was going with the funding that they put in. I don't know enough about it, but having a consistency of what can be recycled across the country rather than every different area, for example, and having actually strategic investment in infrastructure that can take the whole country's waste and recycle it or manage it would seem to be better than just having even regional solutions. But I think most of what's in there is really good, especially product stewardship by the manufacturers, I think is really important. The depreciation, so that's the section 81. I'm not quite sure. I know a few years ago the government did actually change the rate. Was it the depreciation rate of public assets from 50 years to 30 years? Is this proposing to put it back to 50? Is that why we've made that comment?
I don't think it says that, no.
No, we're not suggesting that. No.
Sorry, but why have we referenced the 30 to the 50 years? What was behind referencing that?
Or is that just an example that with so levels of service can change over a period of say 30 to 50 years? Essentially, we're just using that as an example of how long a level of service might be in place, but could change.
So I think there is an argument to be made with central government around extending the for major assets and V-base. I mean, the old V-base or CCHL should have some information on this, but effectively for our bigger public facilities like Metro Sports, like the stadium, the multi-use arena, the ability to charge depreciation over a longer period of time for us is a lot better than the shorter period of time. And my understanding was there were changes made probably about 15 years ago that did have an impact on, so it did increase our costs quite considerably. So I just wanted to raise that as something that
no, thank you.
Was good to look at.
We'll
I know
circle back
Dunedin
on it.
Council's also done a very interesting thing around depreciation on their stadium, and I don't know exactly what it is, but I think it's worth us having that flexibility. So I think it's good that you've kind of referenced a lot on depreciation, but there might be a tangible example that we could use in our submission.
And it would be good to pick up the depreciation period as able to reflect the period that a facility is likely to remain in existence. So if we're building a facility with a projected 50-year lifespan, it would be reasonable to expect to depreciate that over a 50-year period.
No.
The only other 2 points I wanted to make was, I think the whole issue of volumetric charging for water's been discussed, so I don't support us supporting that.
Which paragraph is that, Yanni?
Well, it's referenced several times in it. Thank you.
Council has not made a decision to support volumetric charging. We've made a decision to support excess charging. So I don't like to see that written there.
To say that we agree with this recommendation certainly is stronger than any decision that this council has made.
And again, I think it comes back to clarity around terminology.
I
picked that point up so we can adjust that so that we're clear about what we've agreed to do.
Thank you.
And just the other two issues were they really support the International Visitor Conservation and Tourism Levy. I'm a little bit concerned at us raising the ability to set a visitor accommodation tax. I don't know how others feel about it, but I think having access to a contestable fund from the border levy is a good way to get that revenue. I wouldn't want to see each council having to make a decision about whether they put bed taxes in place, for example. And the final point was on the value capture mechanisms under 77. So, I think we do need to, when we rezone land, we basically, the Queenstown example, people do actually make a significant profit off the rezoning decisions. So not to have any value capture mechanisms or any mechanisms to encourage, affordability or social housing to be built or integrated transport to be built or integrated cycleways, it's just, to to me seems crazy. So
yeah, I think what we're trying to say there was not trying to say that we support or don't support. What we're trying to say is that it can be a clumsy tool, so that if you're going to introduce that, you need to think carefully about it and introduce it in a way that actually achieves the outcomes you're trying to achieve. Because you're quite right, value uplift for significant infrastructure input there can be significant value uplift in an area if you put a tram down there or whatever, or a bullet train or something like that. We don't disagree with the concept. It's just that when you do it, you need to do it properly.
Right.
So we can clarify that if that helps you.
Okay. Thank you.
Just coming back to that paragraph 58 on volumetric charging, if we were just going to turn the volume down a little bit on the council agrees, we probably want to have a look at that last sentence there as well. The case for volumetric charging for wastewater seems less compelling but should be enabled regardless. You might want to tone that down to, could be considered regardless. Just, again, if we're turning the volume down on that whole paragraph, that's another sentence you might want to have a look at.
Yep.
So I've got Sarah and then Leanne. Sarah.
I mean, the reality is that we have a form of volumetric charging that we've just agreed to, but what we have done as part of that is that we have set a base that is completely free, and above that it's volumetric, and so that's the reality, isn't it?
Yeah, that's why I say we need to clarify that.
So instead of watering down the volumetric thing, what I'd like us to see is that people's basic needs are catered for free to start with, or in some other way, because actually we have just done that. So
changing that paragraph to reflect the decision that was made yesterday, that's probably the guiding principle for the changes you're going to make.
Yes. And the other thing is, I think just generally, I don't want, we've had a whole pile of expert staff from across our council looking to the future, and I don't want the feedback watered down by one or two comments that we really haven't discussed as a group. And I think that that would be risky for us if we were just watering down stuff and sort of not giving ourselves the options.
We're asking for the opposite.
In an ideal world, it would have been good to have workshopped this, but of course with the...
Well, we all had chance to read it and send in feedback ahead of time. I was happy with it, and so, so I didn't send any comments back in because I was happy with it. But, everyone's had the opportunity to do that.
All right. Leanne.
Well, I was going to say something completely different, which was this was an infrastructure strategy consultation document that only went out in June. We were working to a time frame that they extended to the 2nd of July. I don't think that we should workshop the content of a submission in a meeting like this.
Yeah,
this
I'm
is
finding
for the
this reasonably
debate.
difficult
I'd
to
rather
chair.
debate the issues than to do this. It doesn't reference the real challenge of public transport. There's a separate consultation going on the Piton model at the moment, which we've submitted on. That needs to be brought into this context. It completely ignores resilience and sustainability and the outcomes. It has a very treasury-focused definition of efficiency, and it has, it highlights the principles, a number of principles which are good principles for decision-making in infrastructure. The one that is captured by my irritation and fury about public transport is integrated. They say that that's one of the principles, and yes, it's completely absent from any consideration of public transport, which is core infrastructure as identified by the people of New Zealand when they went out with the first discussion document. And actually last year was a good time for a discussion document. There's plenty of time for reading. So I don't know whether everyone around the table has actually read the full consultation document, but I'd like to take it offline and just do a little bit more work on it. We could bring it back by, and get people to maybe we could just say that by round robin we could approve it. It is only a submission, but I'd rather that we put in a really good, powerful submission on behalf of the city, rather than workshop points and then come back and debate it. We can debate it after we've submitted it, but I'd rather have a public debate about the issues that we care about, which are actually, a lot of them are contained within here, and many of them are being dealt with in other government reviews.
Yep.
Resource management review, that's all the spatial planning stuff on a regional basis. The question about the Three Waters infrastructure, that's being dealt to as well. Wakakotahi's just, sent out decisions about certain funding matters that are going to be pulled. So we've got all of these things and the Piton model happening at the same time. There are a number of things that we could really, I think, add some real weight to this. So I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to read the submission earlier and make views known on it. And I should have intervened earlier. I just would rather that we approve the general philosophy and principle and then set up a small working group, not to make typographical changes or whatever, but just actually get you've got
so this is the green
approval.
resolutions.
Yeah.
I mean, we had these as back pocket resolutions, anticipating that this might be where we would end up. Because I deliberately allowed a bit of talking across the table in a reasonably informal discussion that we wouldn't normally have in a public meeting like this. That actually speaks to. That's the type of discussion we need to be able to have before we finalise it. So delegating to a smaller group to finalise and then bringing it back, Leanne, as you suggest.
But I would like us to debate it in public.
Yeah.
This is a workshop discussion. It's not the public front-facing one should be us expressing our views, sitting around the table, representing our wards in our city.
So bringing it back, as you suggest, to a future meeting so that we can have
even
that
if after
debate,
we've submitted
even
it,
if it's after the fact.
Yeah.
All right. So let's capture that in some resolutions then now, and take the rest of this discussion into that smaller group. And we'll also delegate to the smaller group to sign off on the submission, but then we'll note that a further report on this be brought to a future, either meeting of this committee or to given that it's a wide-ranging discussion, Leanne, do you want that brought to a council meeting?
Bring it to the next council meeting.
Yeah. All right, so let's capture this. So who is interested in being part of that small group that we name in the resolution? So I might make a list as we go. So Pauline, Sarah, Leanne, Yanni, Melanie. Sarah, I've got you, Jimmy, Anne. I'll put my name on there as well.
Oh, that's a small group.
It's a group of
we continue
interested
to highlight
people.
effectiveness and efficiency, don't we?
It's a group of 8. Yeah, all right. So delegate to mayor and deputy. Delegate to mayor, deputy mayor, and chief executive was in here as well. So to mayor, deputy mayor, and chief executive to sign off. But in exercising that delegation, we'll draw a group of interested people together for some further discussion before we do it. Yeah, and that can be taken on trust. That's fine. And then a further report on this submission to be brought to the next available council meeting.
Why don't we I don't want a further report on this submission. Excuse me. I don't want to put any work on staff at all. It will be added to the mayor's report at the next council meeting. So it'll be an addendum to the mayor's report, and we can debate it along with that.
So it's just note that an addendum to the mayor's report on this matter will be brought to the next available council meeting. Because, that's fine. Note that an addendum to the mayor's report on this matter will be brought to the next available council meeting. All right, so if you make that a paragraph 2, and then we've got something that's workable and that allows a sensible approach, particularly given that we hadn't anticipated we were going to have the time to do it this way, and now we've got the benefit of that extra time.
We do.
All right, so can I have a mover then for these 2 recommendations? Okay, so Pauline seconded Sarah. Is there any debate on this? Sam?
Just, if the public want to watch our workshops, this is a really good example of it. So.
Very true, actually. Yes, very, very true. Yeah, yeah. All right, so Aaron, you want to speak to this?
Just a couple of points. I'm not a huge fan of this process. I think our submissions to government are really, really serious, and we are the second largest council in the country, and what we say is important and should be important. We're obviously the largest spot in the South Island as well, and so for me, it should have been done by full council, because there's a lot of language that's in this that I don't necessarily agree with. I think this infrastructure, the whole infrastructure under one roof, is a clear signal of a central government takeover of infrastructure. It's already happening to Three Waters. I hope everyone's seen the ad. It's pretty clear. And it's going to happen to more and more, and you've got the local government review. You're voting yourselves out of a job, and I think the people of New Zealand want local representation. They want the ground-up approach. I think the top-down approach was bagged last decade, but it's back and alive and well. And the other one that's in here is, that comes up around this table almost on a daily basis, is behavioural change. Do the people of Christchurch actually want behavioural change driven on them or pushed on them by the council? I don't know that we have that mandate, and scarily enough, behavioural change actually turns up on the, there's a page on the DPMC that explains it, and I'm just going to read something. It says, in these theories, behaviour change is a matter of changing people's attitudes, beliefs and perceptions of social norms. I don't know that we live in a country where elected members are elected to do that. We used to be the home of the free and the land of the naive.
Sarah.
It's hard to know where to start, and I think I've just got to the point where when we look at local leadership and locally elected members, I'm just sick of sitting and listening to people spouting off incoherently about things they've never actually looked at or read or spent time actually taking a serious thought about. Infrastructure is a long-term investment. We do need to take it seriously. When Councillor Keown mentions everyone needing to be involved in the workshop, you know what? It would be nice if you turned up. Thank you.
Is there any further debate? Pauline.
Just to thank staff, I think there's some really good stuff in here that you've identified and that I support. And just on that behavioural change thing, yes, nobody can dictate a behavioural change, but it's providing the environmental mechanisms around that to encourage it. And a good example of that is the no smoking inside thing, that you go to other countries now and you see people smoking inside. Well, in the old days when we used to go to other countries. And it's kind of like, oh my goodness, we've all changed. We don't expect, nobody does that here anymore. So that's a classic example of voluntarily changing a behaviour through encouragement. So I think that's where we're coming from, not dictating. But I also, I am aware of what Aaron's saying about this top-down thing. I feel there's a big sea change there. Almost a big change for local government is being waved in front of our faces, and it's up to us to make very careful decisions around this and to place very important feedback. And this is an example of what we're doing here, so thank you again.
Thank you. Yanni.
Yeah, I mean, I want to acknowledge the work that staff have actually put into what is a really detailed and thoughtful submission. So, I really appreciated having the chance to read through it. I think if you reflect on Christchurch's recent history, perhaps no other city in New Zealand has had as much direct central government interference in local things, especially infrastructure, that we have. And I think we've got a lot of valuable insights to offer to the rest of the country about actually the benefits or otherwise of that. You know, we've seen, I mean, this whole idea that if everything's centralised, it's more cost effective and efficient, just doesn't bear out in some of the projects that we've seen happen being delivered by central government in our own city. So I think it's really important that we do take the time. I think the frustration is that, you know, this is a critical piece of thinking for the country and has a huge impact on local councils, and yet it's being done in the same time that we're in the middle of our long-term plans. So, you know, the timing is terrible, and I think the Mayor alluded to that previously. But I do think we need to do a little bit more work just thinking through in a little bit more detail, or I always like to give case studies when we do make submissions to central government so that they can actually see the reality of what some of these high-level thoughts are, because I think, you know, experience is a good indicator of learning. And so, yeah, I mean, there's things that I'm very concerned about in what's being proposed, but I do think at some stage we do have to recognise that in a country of 5 million people, the idea that we all compete to build bigger stadiums, bigger airports, bigger ports has a cost. And so you do need to actually think about, I think, a smarter way of delivering basic infrastructure in a country the size that we are. And I look forward to that conversation continuing.
Thank you. Leanne.
That's exactly the sort of debate that I actually want us to have. We've got 67 territorial authorities in this country that are a massive scale from Kaikoura district, I think is one of the smallest, all the way through to Auckland City. There are completely different challenges facing each one of those, and for the first time the government has said, show us all of your figures, show us your numbers, show us the quality of your asset management plans for your 3 water infrastructure. And I can imagine what the Minister of Local Government received by way of a report and her reaction to it. And I'm sure that's exactly what's driving a lot of the Three Waters reform process. This is the New Zealand Infrastructure Commission, which has been tasked with government with looking more broadly across the concept of infrastructure. And it's not just those that are provided by local government, it's provided by central government and provided by the private sector as well. So it's looking at a range of resilience things, a range of infrastructure. But to me, it's the resilience and sustainability outcomes that are absolutely core critical to where we are in the future and what we leave for the next generations to inherit. And that's why I agree that this is a really important piece of work that we do need to put into, and I too want to acknowledge the staff for what they've done. They've been working under an incredibly impossible time frame with all of the other reviews that are going on at the same time. As Yanni said, the long-term plans, all of the councils are in this position, which is why they've pushed it out. But by essentially it's only a week, it's next week it's got to be in, which is why we don't have another meeting that we can bring it back to. But anyone who wants to contribute in any way, I've already picked up, Aaron, your point around disability, and you're absolutely right, we do need to factor that in. But I think the one thing that we shouldn't pretend is that when you talk about behaviour change, it is actually because we externalise a number of the costs and we do not make people pay for the true cost of the impact that they're having on our city and on our environment. So I'm very much in favour of proceeding down a sensible pathway here.
Yeah, I'm very pleased that we're proceeding down the path of gathering a group of people that are interested in this and want to have further discussion, to absolutely respect the huge amount of work I know that staff have done on this. And it was articulated that you've drawn thinking across a number of different parts of the organisation together as you've put this, what we're now thinking of as draft submission, together. And thank you to the people that are sitting at the other end of the table, but thank you to all of the other staff across the various departments of council, the various different areas in council, who've clearly fed a lot of knowledge, a lot of technical knowledge into the draft submission that we see in front of us. So thank you for the work that you've done. to get us to this point today. I mean, this submission does consider a number of big issues, a number of the very big issues that impact us today, but more to the point will impact us in the future. Issues that we as elected members are interested in, but issues that our communities quite rightly are interested in, is because these relate to, you know, changes that are made to the fabric of the city and the way that we do things in the city. Infrastructure is both an enabler and a constraint, and we need to make sure across the many different facets of infrastructure we get that absolutely right. So it is good that we've got the approach that we're taking that's reflected in these resolutions. Thank you to those people that have indicated that they want to be part of that informal discussion which will take place between now and the exercise of the delegation to finalise the submission. I'd encourage, you know, as much discussion as we can possibly get there, given the importance of the issues. We also touched on the whole concept of how infrastructure can lead to a difference in behaviour and the carrot and stick approach, and what's described in the report as congestion charging was a really good example of that. You can incentivise people to do things differently, or you can use a big stick to, I guess, have a go at making people do things differently. Cuts to the comments that Aaron made, where I do believe that we as elected members and elected body do have a responsibility to lead by example, to create an environment where change can take place, and infrastructure obviously plays into that environment, and to do exactly what we've done this morning and what we'll do in the next stage, facilitate discussion that leads to the opportunity for change to be made. We don't need to use the big stick all the time, but we can certainly play our rightful role in contributing to the discussions and contributing to the environment that allows good change to be able to take place. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. Now, at this point, I'm going to adjourn the meeting for what will be, by then, perhaps a 15-minute break until 11:35. So we'll adjourn till 11:35. Now, as I adjourn the meeting, I'd like to call on Leanne just to say a few words. We've got Kaharoa in the public gallery. Is this the way this was going to play out or not?
Oh, God. No, I haven't got the card.
Oh, right, okay.
Sorry.
Right, I had a note that told me exactly the opposite to that. I wasn't aware of what was happening. Shall we leave it till the end of the... Right, okay. All right, let's... I expected this to be discussed too, it hasn't. We'll do that later.
Yeah.
All right, let's adjourn, and then we've got CCHL, and then we'll move into other matters after that. Thank you.
few people that are conflicted, so won't participate. Oh, James, it's good to have you online. We're just going into CCHL now, so perfect timing.
So I'll stay there.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, welcome along. And Tony, I believe it's your first time here as well, so yeah, welcome to the new job. And it's can we Pauline and Aaron and James, we're actually going to try and start and get this going. Aaron, can we just get it going? I know Paul's got a deadline and I want to give as much time to them to run through stuff. So how we'll play this out is run through what you can in the public paper, then we'll go into PX, can go through some of the other stuff, and then we'll obviously move back out of PX and then go to Christchurch NZ and the like. So do you want to run us through where you need to, and then we'll take questions?
Yeah, right. Thanks, Sam. And it's our pleasure to present the quarterly performance update. We're also presenting the subsidiaries strategic update. So it's for the third quarter to the end of March this year. You'll see from those updates that the financial performance has continued to improve. It's tracking on or about the SOI targets actually right across the group, which is good to be able to report. The other thing is we have been able to increase the dividend forecast quite substantially. You'll see in there from about 18 million up to about 34. That's driven partly by that good performance we've talked about, which has given us confidence, but also the Red Bus sale, which has enabled us to bring that into the forecast. Look, the rest of the performance is really set out in front of you, and we have presented some of it before. I do want to highlight, though, that financial performance is absolutely key, but of course there's other areas that have been focused on as well. So sustainability, health and safety have all remained being given the absolute focus and attention that they need. And so overall, I think we can say that the group has displayed significant resilience in the face of these very real challenges that COVID have brought us. And that's good to see, and that's displayed by our balance sheet still remains strong. Performance that I've talked about has increased, and also we are still delivering and projecting to deliver relatively strong dividends despite the challenges that have been sent our way. So I think with that we'll draw a line under it and go straight to questions.
Great. Thanks, Jeremy. Do we have questions for the team? So we'll go Yanni first.
I mean, I just wanted to check if you want questions on the individual companies, or is that more appropriate for them? I guess, I mean, just to give you the...
Happy to do it in PX, if that's easier.
Right. I mean, just at a high level, on the public section of the agenda, there's talk about the airport putting on their community funding on hold because of COVID. So I just, have we heard any plans of them likely to reinstate that? Do we know anything? It's quite a specific question.
To be honest, I'm not aware of that level of detail off the cuff. We will receive business plans and final SOIs from all our companies by the end of June, right, which will give us a little bit more visibility, but at this stage I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, I just thought as a general principle, it would be good because of COVID to see our companies actually supporting the community rather than withdrawing. So,
yeah, look, I think they absolutely have, and I think their approach very much through COVID was focused on protecting jobs to support the community, and that was the outcome that they were consistently able to achieve.
Right. Okay. Cool.
Thanks. Any other questions in the public section? I just had one, Paul, and it's on page 234. I just wondered, it might be beneficial for the or Jeremy, just for the council. Can you just talk us through the financial group? So the SOI measures about the profit after tax, the return on average equity for the holdings group. Can you just sort of talk through, I mean, you've obviously got the dividends there. I just wondered if you could, while we're in this public session, talk through whether you think they're acceptable, I guess, results so far, and how we're going to look forward. You know, is there anything you could allude to on that? Page 234.
I've got different page numbers potentially to you, Sam. But
so it's
two. Is it the traffic light report?
Yeah, it is.
The first page of that, which is the
Yeah.
The group-wide traffic light.
Because I guess what I'm trying to get a sense of is how you'd compare this to other companies, you know, around the country, I guess, or with your commercial experience.
And are you talking about the specific metrics or the nature of the metrics?
I guess the
or
nature.
A bit of both.
Yeah.
I mean, I think if I talk about the nature of the metrics first, I guess you know, profitability drives a lot of other outcomes from a shareholder perspective. So profitability obviously drives the ability to pay dividends and drive a positive return on capital. And I think typically investment companies would be focused on two measures. One would be a return on capital employed, which is effectively a total shareholder return, which is a combination of any capital gains or losses on the value of the investment portfolio. And then in addition to that, they add the dividend yield or the dividend returns that they receive from owning various investments. And adding those two together, you'll get the total shareholder return on capital. And so that's what we do report that. We have for a long time consistently reported that annually in our annual report. So there's a series of charts in there that look at the internal rate of return, which is effectively the total shareholder return generated across the portfolio when you add the capital gains and the dividend yield return that we receive from those subsidiaries together.
I guess what I'm trying to get to though is just get a sense from you guys, because it's a really good opportunity while you're here to gauge how you think the performance of CCHL as the investment company versus, I guess, other entities not related to the council is performing. Are we on par? Are we underperforming? What's your sense on that? And it might be Jeremy that can potentially answer it.
Yeah, well, I'll go first, but Jeremy can add to it. But I think individually we do benchmark the performance of all of our investments every year. And generally the companies would perform in line with market benchmarks. You've got to be careful benchmarking because within any particular year you've got a snapshot in time. And any performance measures really to be meaningful need to be assessed over a longer period of time, so that you want sustained performance. You don't want strong performance in a particular year and weak performance in other years. What would your observations be, Jeremy, to add to that? Look, I think that snapshot thing is absolutely right. So these are unusual times right now, so that's one thing. And it depends somewhat when you're making comparisons where you are, what sectors you're operating in, how hard you're hit. But overall, what we've been really looking for is resilience, remembering, of course, the capital release program has weakened our balance sheet a little bit. We took 450 million that we put through to council, which was absolutely the right thing to do off the back of the earthquakes. Looking at the portfolio, we say things, for instance, the airports, we say is performing much better than we expected, but we were expecting losses. Yeah. And it's avoided those losses through having to take quite significant measures in very, very tough times. But what we've tried to do is focus on the things that we can influence. So performance, financial performance across the group, where it can be, has been improved, I believe. Is it at a level across the group where we want it? Not necessarily, but it's not as bad as we thought it might have been, and that's where the resilience comes in. So the airport's been hit really hard. The port has actually and is on a pathway to improve its performance within the issues that it has. City Care has definitely been able to improve its performance over this period of time. And we've got Enable coming on stream in terms of a dividend payer. So I would say the base is quite strong, but when you're looking at return on equity or return on invested capital, we've got a wee way to go yet as well. So that's how I see it.
Yep, no, that's really useful. Does anyone have any other questions? Phil?
So with this year's dividend, what is the return on investment of the percentage return on investment for the CCHL group?
Well, this year's dividend's 34 million over 2 billion as a dividend yield. Mm-hmm. In dollars. Mm-hmm. What we'd have to add to that is the movement in the investment valuations, which are a work in progress at the moment. So they're valued at 30 June each year. Mm-hmm. So that work's underway at the moment. And depending on the net movement in the valuations, that'll determine what the actual overall shareholder return will be for the year.
But we will be able to get that.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. No, it's included in the annual report each year, and I think we normally take that through the audit committee. But we're happy to talk about it in any forum.
Yeah. And I think the audit committee normally sit and go through the valuations as well.
Correct.
To
Yep.
understand it. Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
Okay, so I think that's probably wrapped up the public-facing side of this. So we've got a recommendation on the screen there, and I think, Phil, you're happy to move it, aren't you? And Tim's happy to second it. Is there any discussion on that? So we'll just put that motion. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. So, David, can we now bring up the resolution for public excluded? And sorry, Stephen, you would have missed it before. I just explained CCHL are under a bit of time pressure. So what we're going to do the public-facing bit now, go into PX, just run through some of the specifics on the companies, and then come back out. So probably be 15, 20 minutes. Wonderful. Yeah. So go and grab another coffee.
Just don't forget about me, eh?
Yeah. We'll send someone running, don't worry. Yeah, okay, so... Yep. So I'm happy to put that motion. Phil's happy to second it. Is there any discussion? All in favour? Against? That's carried. Thank you. So we'll just wait to make sure the live stream's off and all the staff in the room are relevant, aren't they, to this? Yep.
Thank you. So now let's move to, because we've had the people from venues o Tautahi waiting for us who are now here, item 18, the venues o Tautahi Q3 performance report. So if I could invite the representatives from venues o Tautahi to the table, please. Thank you. And Linda, did you want to join them at the table as well? Thank you. So item 18, Q3 performance report. Any comments that you'd like to make to start off?
All right, do you want to start, Linda, or shall I start? All right. All right, thank you everyone. Nice to see you all again. All right, so just to talk to our Q3, so the 9 months of the year, it's as you'll see in our report, it has been a positive year, albeit, well, a positive performance, albeit a relatively bumpy year at times. So we are $1.7 million ahead of budget, but important to note that the budget was prepared during alert level 4, so back in COVID. So the assumptions that we were making at the time were different to what has ensued. We had thought that events wouldn't return till much later in the year last year, and they did come online much sooner. And we also had anticipated that the Trans-Tasman bubble may open sooner. So there were a few assumptions that really were quite fundamental to how the performance has tracked. But obviously, and we've talked about it a lot, at the time we did downsize the business by 60% back in June and farewelled around 50 members of our team. But at the same time, we also reviewed all of our fixed overheads. We also brought our catering in-house and changed our model to a local procurement model. And we now have a really variable cost model, which means that we are lean, agile, and able to respond and be reactive to change, the inevitable change that will ensue. And so that really is in behind the positive performance, as well as the number of events, particularly in this last period, and the nature of those events being more high yield items. We also had an unbudgeted Super Rugby final, which was also helpful. But it is important to be mindful of the continued volatility of the COVID-19 environment. And if you look at our first week in March, we were returned to alert level 2 that had a 60% impact on our revenue for that week. And we weren't eligible for the wage subsidy. The criteria had been changed. But it does bounce back quickly. It's just the volatility of it. And so we are mindful, particularly if you look at Wellington, right as we speak, events been cancelled yesterday. We had Wellingtonians pulled out of conferences at the Air Force Museum. So we just have to be mindful that we need to maintain this agility and our ability to react and respond as we move through this environment. And the other thing of note really is another risk for us as we look forward is Te Pai opening. And that will likely have an impact on us, and we just need to be mindful of that. We have upside later in the year with the delayed opening, but it is something we need to be prepared for in the coming years. And I think that's pretty much me. Dale, is there anything you'd like to add?
No, I think you've covered off very well in regard to what we've seen of late. So and certainly just reflecting March and the change and what's happening in Wellington now.
Thank you. Moving to questions, Yanni.
Yeah, and just want to acknowledge the work that you've done, like the going to a local supplier and local procurement. I think it's really positive. Just in light of that, I just had a question about the ticketing. I see that you've got some revenue from ticketing. Are you able just to give a bit of a snapshot about if there's any plans around the future of ticketing using like local suppliers? And I've just had some feedback from some people that I don't know if you still have the box office at the town hall where people can go on and actually get the tickets in person. But just really interested in any I guess looking forward around the future of that process.
Yeah, oh, sorry, Dave.
No, please.
So as and when we can, we'll always have a local view on where we procure all of our services and products. That's not something we're able to do now, we're under contract. But it is certainly something as we come out of those and we look to procure those type of services and all others, we'll always have a local lens.
Right.
And with the box office, we don't have it permanently open, but it is open on event days, at event nights.
I guess just that whole digital exclusion and how hard it is for some people who may not have access to technology to actually get tickets.
Yeah, look, absolutely. I mean, I think that is something that is still offered as far as the opportunity to be able to either digitally on mobile phones or actually be able to collect tickets. So that's still that's still something that's available to people to meet their requirements in that way.
And just reading through the report, so you're still doing work around that whole community access, but that hasn't kind of come to a conclusion where it could be reported back, but that's still a priority for you.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. So increased access to and connection with the venues for the community is fundamental. The prioritisation framework is a complex piece of work, and we're still working through that with Linda and the team. But it's probably helpful for us to know what level of breakdown and what information might be helpful to give you assurance of where we're heading and what we're doing. And that's probably something we can do offline, maybe in a separate.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam?
Yeah, probably one thing that jumps to mind is around the convention centre opening and still the lack of international travel effectively. Have you quantified that, or do you know how that's going to play out?
Look, I mean, we're really making some assumptions at the moment because, the convention centre, when it was, proposed and was always about targeting big international conferencing. And the impact for us really is because that's not so available. We are playing in the same domestic and national market. And that's where we're acknowledging that it's more significant of a risk for us now than it was perhaps pre-COVID.
Yeah. But do you know what that's going to do in terms of any business or anything? I'm just trying to understand, is there a financial implication for us as a result of that?
We have considered that as part of with the event forecast and the pipeline that we have available to us. So we've got some understanding of what that means, certainly for the second half of this year.
So that's continually revised. I mean, because it's just, I guess a year ago we probably thought we're kind of maybe back to normal, but we're certainly nowhere near that yet. So you are, that's obviously top of mind and you're working through it.
Very much so, and that's in line with the statement of intent that we have through to June 24, where we've looked at our event forecast and the implications of that.
Yeah, we've put a contingency in and acknowledged that in our forecast for the next 3 years.
Okay.
And, we've got real-time examples of things that, long-standing events that have shifted from our venues to fire.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? All right, so we've got a recommendation in front of us, which is simply to note the Q3 performance report. So I'm happy to move that. Pauline, you will second. And really just acknowledging the uncertain times in which we're all working, but particularly those running venues and in the events industry are working. It has been a very turbulent and uncertain time, and clearly there's a risk of some ongoing volatility. You pointed out, situations that we've seen in Melbourne, Sydney, and in Wellington, of course, as well, with changes in alert levels, and I guess that contributes to that ongoing volatile environment that we're working in. But of course, at the same time, it's notable that you've made some excellent changes, in my view, to the procurement policy with a focus on local suppliers, local food suppliers, service providers, probably at exactly the time that was of most value to them, when their business also was affected by COVID and the changes and challenges that brought. And at the same time, that variable cost model has probably had more value in the current environment where it is so very volatile and there is so much uncertainty than the value that it would have in more peaceful times. But, certainly that's a couple of excellent bits of work that you've done that will have ongoing value now and well into the future. So thank you for coming along to present the report to us today. Thank you for the work that you're doing in what we acknowledge to be particularly challenging times. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any further debate before I put the motion? All right, so I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. So now we'll move back to working through the main body of the agenda. So that would take us back to item 10, the draft submission on the land transport rule setting of speed limits 2021. So this is item 10. Oh, sorry, I didn't realise we've got Christchurch NZ here. I wasn't aware of this. Given that we've got Christchurch NZ in the room as externals, we won't go straight to item 10. We'll go straight to item 17, Christchurch NZ Holdings Quarter 3 Performance Report. So, apologies, I didn't realise that you were here, but thank you for being here. I'd invite you forward to the table with Linda joining you as well. So, Therese Arsenault, Chair of the Board, and Laura Dawson, Acting Chief Executive. Welcome. And I understand that you've got a presentation that you'd like to take us through. Yes, I do, actually. Thank you.
Okay. Tēnā koutou. Very pleased to be here today with an opportunity to present our report on Quarter 3, end of March of this year. I think you're aware that Joanna is taking a short period of leave, so I'm delighted to have our Acting Chief Executive, Laura Dawson, with us. And I think they're running to catch up with us because we were way too fast. We will also have a number of our general managers here today too, Lauren Heafy, Boyd Warren, and Anna Fawcett. So can I just say on behalf of the board that we're pleased with the progress being made. In particular, the agile response to the ongoing disruption, really, of COVID, including at Christchurch NZ, a razor-sharp focus on economic recovery. Also pleasing to see the progress being made in terms of the newly added UBD functions. Christchurch NZ also continues to attract increased funding from central government that we use to amplify the local government funding and support recovery for the region. And I'm pleased too that we're tracking well in terms of our levels of service. If you will indulge me, I'm also sitting here with just a faint hint of nostalgia. It was almost to the day 4 years ago that we were first stood up as an organization. And I was reflecting back, the intent back then was clear from our shareholder, strategically aligned and coordinated approach to economic development, to present us with more levers to use, to do it better and smarter. And some things have changed over the years. We've certainly added more levers, including the Antarctic functions, Green Canterbury, and of course urban development now. But can I just assure you what's remained unchanged is our absolute focus on our purpose and why we're here, which is to stimulate measurable and sustainable economic growth for a prosperous Otatahi Christchurch. So I'm delighted now to hand it over to Laura. She'll walk you through a summary of the key outcomes for this quarter, and I think also perhaps give you a little bit of a sneak peek towards Quarter 4 as well.
Kia ora. Thank you for having us today. It's a joy to be able to present where we're at. So obviously we'll take the paper that you have in your pack as read, but I've pulled out a couple of key points that I thought would be of interest. So starting with innovation and business growth, obviously signed a partnership with Whiriora, which is a hapu-led skills hub which aims to pathway whānau from all backgrounds into decent work and training. And we're also working to expand Haupara, which is a pupil pathways program. Also in the innovation and business growth area, we've spoken to you before about Te Haka and ThinkLab, which are part of our innovation ecosystem, continuing to exceed KPIs with 50 new jobs created by the 40 businesses that are receiving incubation support. And really excited to announce that we were recently awarded a Best Practice Award by Economic Development New Zealand for the innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem. From an economic leadership point of view, economic activity in the city remains steady. Canterbury is slightly above national performance in the first quarter, but we're seeing a slight slip in April, which we're contributing to seasonality. Job seeker support recipients have actually dropped since the beginning of the year, so there's 2,000 less people seeking work since January. Retail spend in Christchurch has softened slightly. You can see there March 2021 approximately 500 million, and in April 2021 489 million, again reflected through seasonality. We continue to see growth in key areas such as consent issuance and also exports of primary and manufactured goods, and our manufacturing confidence remains high. As Therese mentioned, new functions of urban development. The New Brighton Regeneration Project is progressing well, with a developer selected for a mixed residential development on the former New Brighton school site. That will encompass more than 65 new homes, with works to commence in the next 2 months. We're also working on the Roy Stokes Hall pilot program, which is actually looking at creating a community space via expression of interest process. The Milton Street subdivision consent has also recently been granted for freehold lots, and we're actually just in the process of lodging with LINZ for those 2 lots. You would have seen a recent announcement in relation to the Peterborough Central Quarter. So this is the former convention site. We've agreed a consortium of local developers that will develop residential townhouses, a 43-room hotel, and also space for commercial activities. Major events. So this summer event portfolio was delivered successfully with more than $4.6 million in visitor spend, more than 18,000 visitor nights to the city, and sold out events across the season. The FIFA Women's World Cup 2023, Christchurch is going to be hosting the team-based camp and training facilities. And we've just finished the major event funding round with 26 applications that are under evaluation at the moment. SailGP. So the 2022 event planning, I'm excited to announce, is on track. Public communications on this will begin on the 1st of July, and ticket sales will open in mid-August. Community consultations underway, and the CCC infrastructure works are on track. We've also entered an expression of interest for SailGP 2023 and 2024, and we're just looking at central government investment options for that event. Visitor attraction. So we held the Trends Hui in Christchurch in May. We hosted 800 tourism delegates from around New Zealand and Australia, largest tourism business event in New Zealand and Australia. May Mates, you can see a couple of samples there. This was a tactical initiative to actually drive awareness and visitation to our city activities, attractions and hospitality outlets during May. 3,500 referrals directly through to businesses. And central government funding, as Therese mentioned, we're just in the process of putting forward a proposal for central government funding of $1.5 million that will supplement our local government funding focused on tourism support. When we presented our statement of intent to you, we were indicating about $2.3 million worth of external funding. Joanna at that point in time indicated we would be looking to seek about $5 million worth of external funding. We're now on track to get just over $7 million worth of funding, which will supplement the money that we get from council. Good news story. So supporting that work is our marketing, brand and communications team. A couple of key points I wanted to call out there. One is our Crusaders partnership, so targeting travel to Christchurch from the locations around the Crusaders games, and also just indicating that our perceptions research for Christchurch continues to be high, with an increase versus Q2, and an openness to relocate to Christchurch steady at 25%. And then the numbers at the end of the conversation. So we were tracking, we have a deficit at this point in time of $300,000. That's actually $881,000 ahead of the budgeted loss. And that's contributed to by the receipt of unbudgeted external funding. So we've had more funding in, including COVID recovery funding, and timing differences in terms of the delivery of activity. And a lot of that's around when is the best time to invest that money, especially around things like border closures and opening. As Therese mentioned, levels of service, we have 34 levels of service, 31 of them are either achieved or on track. There are 3 that we were indicating in Q3 report that were not on track. The National Antarctic Business Network had a target of 100 people as part of the network. We're currently sitting at about 77, but the focus for that team has been moved to looking at the impacts of the Korean and Italian programs to try to support them in relation to COVID impacts. Sessions for our Christchurch NZ website, we had reduced demand due to border closures, but we've actually turned that around due to a focused effort to engage audiences, and we've successfully lifted demand and expect to achieve that level of service at year end. And our success rate for business events, so we obviously work to attract business events to Christchurch. We have achieved the target for the number of bids that we've placed, but unfortunately due to the delay of Te Pai and ongoing issues with COVID, it's unlikely that we'll achieve the percentage rate of success for that level of service at the end of the year. And that's the end of my whistle-stop tour of the Q3 report. So open to
That's
any
great.
questions.
Thanks very much, Laura and Therese, for coming in. And I see there's a couple of the GMs down the back as well. And obviously it's just probably a good time to acknowledge you as well, Laura, for stepping up into the role at the time. I know it's appreciated by everyone. And yeah. Do we want to go through, have people got questions? I'll kick off one and then go around. And Therese and I have talked about this offline for probably 2 years about the measurable, quantifiable targets and I guess how we track against that. And one of the things I'd be keen to just understand, and it doesn't have to be an answer now, but do you have a value? I remember when I first came to council, there was a quantifiable value of return on every dollar that the council puts in. Has that number changed? And again, you don't have to answer it now. It would just be really useful, I think, in these public-facing sessions to see that kind of return going forward. Is that something you can look at?
Yeah, I'm happy to respond to that one. We did have it was roughly a 1-to-6 ratio.
What it was, yeah.
Obviously, during the last year that was impacted by COVID, we weren't able to measure that in the same way.
Yeah.
But we have got a full set of KPIs in our statement of intent that'll be coming forward to council as required on the 30th of June.
Right, but going forward, you'll be able to present a figure like that, do you think?
Yeah. Yes.
I just think it's a really easy one for the public to understand in terms of value for money from the organisation. So, okay. Yeah. I think, Phil, you had a question?
Just quickly, and because you guys bring venues and things to Christchurch, how hard would it be for you guys to assist or take over or whatever the running of the Santa Parade? Doing it this year.
So we have worked quite closely with the Santa Parade. There were a couple of challenges. First and foremost, we are tasked with major events, and when we looked at the Santa Parade, it doesn't drive any visitation. It doesn't get any media coverage, and it also doesn't change the brand perception of Christchurch. So it's much more focused on community outcomes. The secondary part of that is that from a financial perspective, the operating model, particularly around some of their fixed costs and assets, is quite cost prohibitive. And their ability to attract third-party funding at the moment has been limited. So we have offered them some support and have been working with them, but we have put it back to the council events team at this stage.
Okay, so it's in this building that it gets.
Thank you. Any other questions? Jimmy and then Yanni.
First one, I'm concerned because the enrollment, we will check all those the vaccines, and also the Taipei, those convention center will be open in October. So I'm concerned if the beginning or before May of next year, this border has been open, whether Christchurch NZ will have any planning to integrate all those the kind of stakeholders, how do we to create more kind of opportunity, to grasp this good opportunity to vitalize the economy in Christchurch? I'm not sure, or just let them go. For instance, like if convention center opening, and before temporary one is the Air Force Museum, those are temporary convention center or town hall, all those one venue, how to integrate it together can provide good capacity. Also regarding to the different attraction in Christchurch and surrounding the Canterbury area. So I'm not sure whether Christchurch NZ, you have any planning.
Thanks, Jimmy. So whenever we put forward a bid for an event to be held in Christchurch, we actually provide details of all of the potentially suitable venues to the organisation that will be selecting where the event goes, and then it's up to them to choose the venue that actually suits their needs.
For instance, like the Moon Festival or Mooncake Festival, this year probably the first year they got the major event to transfer from the Lantern Festival to different. So what's the update status? Because your major event, I didn't see you have any briefly in presentation.
Yeah. So the presentation that I've done today is looking back at the previous quarter, and obviously that's one of the key events in Q1, beginning of Q2 next year.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I guess I was just trying to understand, like we've just heard the presentation from VBase around local procurement and sustainability. So I was really interested in what you've done over the past year to look at using local suppliers. I know there was an issue around film provision, for example. So are you able just to talk at a high level around what your thoughts are in that space?
Of course. So we have a very strong procurement process at Christchurch NZ that's based on the central government model, and we have a factor within that actually provides an extra uplift for any local candidates, because it is obviously our preference that we would like to be able to use local organisations, but also acknowledging that sometimes all of the skills we need aren't based in Christchurch, as per the example you gave where we needed specific video skills.
Right, and is that local, that's Christchurch Canterbury based versus New Zealand wide or international?
Correct. Yep.
Right, okay. And then I was just interested in your major events portfolio that you support, and coming up to the chair's question really. So what support were we giving to the Crusaders games? Like, have we made a financial contribution to the Crusaders?
So we're obviously working closely with the Crusaders to attract visitation to Christchurch. We do have a small partnership in place with them. The contents of that partnership are commercially confidential.
Right. So how are we measuring the success of that other than people just watching videos online?
So we track success of all campaigns really carefully, including visitation to our website, results in terms of travel, and we track all of that and report that.
So, okay, I mean, if we look at page 211, we don't really get a sense of the impact.
No,
I
so
don't think the final was a
those
sellout.
campaigns have only just completed a couple of weeks ago, so it does take us a period of time to collect the information from both city venues that have benefited from that partnership and also from our own results.
Right, okay.
So that report is Q3, which is ended 31st of March.
Yeah, I mean, I think previously when you've been here, we've asked a similar question. Like, it would be really good, and I appreciate there might be some sensitivities, so maybe it needs to be done in PX, but it'd be really good to understand the public investment that's going in versus the actual benefit that's occurring, because we get quite high level numbers about, and I think you had a slide before, but what we don't see is, how much you've actually put in versus each event and what the success or otherwise has been.
So I understand there's been a workshop organised on the 11th of July to work through with council the entire events portfolio.
Right.
Perfect.
Okay.
And I think you had a question.
Just a question about the Whitiora program, which is, I see, to encourage and strengthen whānau from all ethnicities. And I'm wondering if you've got if you keep any information about the different ethnicities that you have engaged with and how you've supported because one of the things that we have been aware of through the Multicultural Committee and also through the Multicultural Advisory Group is that the support for those from other ethnicities to get into business and to support them through is needed, and I'm just wondering how you're going with that.
I don't have the numbers in front of me for Whitiora, but I do have them for Haupara. So out of 46 students that have gone through this year, 11 have been Pākehā, 10 have been Māori, 5 Pacific, 12 Filipino, and 8 students from a range of other ethnicities.
So it would be good to know a wee bit of feedback in terms of those, so that we can perhaps talk to it through those committees and the advisory group, just to sort of support and just give that positive feedback in terms of
We're
what is
obviously
actually happening.
tracking that, so we can provide
great.
that.
Thank you.
Great. Okay. Any other questions? Oh, Yanni. Yep.
I just had I wonder, obviously not today, but can we get some more information about the FIFA World Cup opportunities? I note that there's a delegation coming in June, and you're talking about training bases and stuff, but we don't really have much more details about, is there a requirement for us to spend?
Shall we schedule that in the workshop on
Yeah,
the
you might be able to
11th
pick that
of
up when
July?
you come in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I was concerned around the timing. So if the June inspection's happening and we don't even know what the sites are or what investment's required,
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, Yanni, we have a whole organisation tasked with doing this stuff.
We can go through that with you on the 11th of July. The delegation have just been here this week.
Right.
There's not an investment requirement for training facilities.
Okay.
It's just a city support. And we're confidentially working through another opportunity with them as well, which we'll disclose to you in PX.
Oh yeah, no, that's great.
So you'll
Thanks.
pick all that up when you come in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I guess just the other question around the development functions. So I'm just not quite sure if it's a question for CTHL or for you, but the money that's made from from selling the land off, does that come back to us as a council? Does it go back to you as an agency, or does it go to CCHL?
So all the land at the moment is currently held by DCL, so it would be a question for CCHL.
Right.
Yep, that's being worked through as well.
Cool.
Okay, I think that's it. Thank you very much for coming in, and that's perfectly timed. So we've got a resolution there, and I think, Jimmy, you're happy to move it? Does someone like to second? James Daniels will second it. Any discussion? All in favour?
Aye.
Against? That's carried. Excellent. Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
Okay, and it's bang on 1 o'clock, so we'll adjourn till 2 o'clock. So return after lunch. Thanks.
The meeting. And let's move straight to item 10, the draft submission on land transport rules setting speed limits 2021. So this is another draft submission. Let's receive any staff comments on this first, and then we'll move to questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So this is the submission that councillors were briefed on the 8th of June, and we received some feedback which has been incorporated into this final draft. So the key bits of the feedback from that briefing was around strengthening the concerns, and also highlighting the removal of decision making from elected members, and greater emphasising concerns around public perception. So all those changes have been made to the submission, which we then redistributed around councillors, and we didn't get any further feedback on that. So what you've got in front of you is now the final draft.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions on this? So do I have a mover for the recommendation that's in front of us? So Mike, seconded by Jimmy. Is there any debate? All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. Have we got staff here for the Ngāpunawai closeout report? Yep. Excellent. So let's then move on to item 11. This is the closeout report on Ngāpunawai Sports Hub Stage 1. Darren, welcome to the table. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for the report. Looks like you've got a presentation.
Well, I did. David Bailey is racing his way here, so if I can just tread water for about a minute until he arrives.
Yep.
Closeout report for the Ngāpunawai Sports Hub Stage 1 project, completed 2 years ago, open in March 2019. This is the closeout report which covers what we did, how we did it, the costs, the timeframes and some of the key highlights. I'm happy to take questions and hopefully David's going to turn up, otherwise we'll have to move on.
All right, that's fine. Anne?
I've got about 5 questions.
Yes.
Is it okay?
Yes.
Yep, cool. Okay, yeah, sorry. Am I allowed 4? Okay.
Start with the first one and let's see how we go.
Okay, just thinking about the eco trail and the boundary trees that were in the original recommendations, and where are we at with those, and where are we at with those?
I don't know at the moment, so David may have better intel on that.
Okay, we'll keep moving then. So that doesn't count, that one, all right?
Let's move on to number 2.
Oh,
Okay, Anne, do you want to repeat the question for David's benefit?
I actually mentioned this to David earlier.
No.
It's the same question, Phil, so it's all right. Eco Trail, just the recommendation right from the beginning.
Yep.
How is that, what does that look like? And how's
So
it going?
there has been improvements with Eco Trail, especially around road crossings and surfaces, some more hard surface as opposed to gravels, more planting that's gone on, and certainly the linkages to the rest of the drainage basin work that was completed.
Yeah.
And so it's certainly enhanced and still there. And one of the comments I'd make is that the facility is, like it always was, a beautiful place for people to walk with their dogs and watch birds, and it still is.
Yeah, it's fantastic, and so many people are using it. It's great. So, any opportunity for some extension through Aidenfield School to the back there, so that people can park their cars and walk through?
So let's remember this is a closeout report we're dealing with on a project which has occurred.
Yeah. But this is ongoing stuff as well, because anyway.
Yeah.
So
it's an opportunity.
What we'd be planning to do next financial year is within the LTP is to plan stage 2 of Ngāpunawai, which could include some of those elements and discussions with the community.
The parking, this is maybe also going forward, but the comment about the taking the overflow of parking and how that's been used 12 times during the time. With the Netzel Centre, is there work going on to deal with that going forward?
So Parks colleagues are busy doing that work at the moment, planning how the traffic would work in partnership with the Netzel facility, where we would have the overflow parking, whether we'd need to bring in a second entrance way, and so that work has been active at the moment.
Right, great. And final question, just in terms of the learnings from this, you did an awful lot of great work in joining with, involving community in this process, and I saw that wasn't really mentioned as a learning. I don't know if that was, or whether, because it was really significant what you did. I think.
And sorry that I'm late.
You've been waiting around here all day.
I could possibly address that in some of the comments that I've had the opportunity to take it through that I was going to do in addition to the report being read.
Ask the chair.
Cool. Thank you. Thanks for that.
Thank you.
Andrew, is it appropriate for me to share some comments?
Please. Darren started in your absence just in the interest of time, but we'd welcome that. Thank you.
Great. So, kia ora everyone. I do want to just sort of seize the opportunity to be able to just talk briefly about the whole project. Obviously, people will be well aware that this came about through the post-earthquake situation where a number of facilities were damaged. The Sports Code Sport Canterbury Council completed planning post the earthquakes, which culminated in the council approving the master plan for Ngāpunawa Sports Hub in about 2014-15, which incorporated current best practice facility design and operations. The master plan was estimated to cost $107 million. It is judged at the end of stage 1 that the council and its community partners have delivered on stage 1 of this plan, achieving more than 70% of the master plan components for approximately 50% of the estimated total project cost. This project in many instances exemplified great practice, including the sport and recreation users at the heart of the design. Right at the very start of the project, we took all the project staff, some of the users and contractors down to the site and talked to them about what the site was. We actually got them to take their shoes off and stand in the grass and actually appreciate this place, understand where it had come from, and then try and stand in the shoes of the people that were going to Timaru, the people that were going to Blenheim, to be able to use facilities that were no longer in Christchurch, and remember what they were designing the place for and remember who they were working with, as opposed to just sitting in their offices and not being aware of what the place is and could become. The community had been, the second element was that the community was involved in all levels of the work, the design, the operational design, the practical works, and importantly, the project governance. The internal council collaboration and leadership was exemplary. The collaboration with the drainage work and the approvals for that, and to mention Peter Christensen, Sylvia McLaren in particular, with the innovative thinking where we were able to, they needed to get rid of some gravel, they were pricing to get rid of some gravel, we needed to buy some gravel, we didn't have to buy that gravel, we just needed to move it somewhere else. There was something like several thousand truck movements that did not need to occur because there was some smart, simple thinking going on within council, and it was fantastic to watch it. We ended up using gravel from Lancaster Park demolition. Again, that helped that project come in under budget. We were able to reuse some stuff. It actually helped giving cheap access to some facilities back there. And those are just some simple examples. We used old seats from QE2 Stadium that were in storage that could be used into this place again. It was heartening to watch that. Number 4, Māori culture was integral to the design, providing the historical narrative and creating the future narrative. Number 5, the project culture was always best for project. Nearly all the contractors, council staff, community partners created this best for project approach, and I wanted to tell 2 stories. One was about Jane O'Toole, that many of you will be aware. She helped put together a procurement plan. We were under immense time pressure because Leanne had set me this target of being able to build this thing within 12 months. And so on the night that she was about to fly home to England for Christmas, she was still working at the airport on the procurement plan and then sent it back to staff the next day so we could continue to work on it. And that was the sort of dedication that the staff had to this. Another example was that the contractors led by HEB actually paid for and funded their own workshops with their own staff, with all their contractors and other colleagues alongside to come along and bring experts in to talk about culture of working together and how this would happen. It wasn't required by their contractor. They just understood that that was what was going to be best for the situation. Number 6, the partnership approach not only occurred within the leadership work, but also with generating the funds for the work to occur. Nearly $12 million of the $55 million project was contributed by sports partners, philanthropic contributions and commercial partners. I think that set a new benchmark for work in council, in particular in Christchurch. The project was not without its challenges. Some of the early design work and coordination provided some significant hurdles for us, and the governance and the project group had to manage our way through that. Accessibility access is good, but could be better as thinking continues to evolve. We completed the work during 2 of the wettest winters on record, and this unfortunately consumed our contingency, and it was tragic to watch that occur. And the final challenge is that we committed to an Olympic date of an international televised event to make sure we got the thing open in time to then be able to do that. That made Darren and I get grayer.
Yeah.
And in hindsight, one of the learnings is it would have been good to have one overarching contractor. However, the time pressures we had, we did what we did. So at risk of leaving some names out, I want to applaud and appreciate several people on behalf of the community. Simon Batrick for the initial planning, leadership and community connection. Darren Moses and his team, in particular Scott Bennett, ACOM's Nathan Turner and Chris Rennick. Angela Leatherby within my team, Julian Falloon and his team at Sport Canterbury, Darren Charity from Sport NZ and then the Adventure Park, who set the benchmark for us that we should follow. So many of our shared service colleagues, in particular Michael Down from Finance and Kaharoa from the CEO's office. And significantly, our community-centred project governance group, including Canterbury Athletics, Hockey, Tennis and Rugby League. The leadership and support of John Fulsell, Mary Richardson and more recently Nigel Cox, and last but not least the two community boards of Waipuna and Waihora. And the councillors for their wisdom and perspective and encouragement as needed in conversations. Yanni, Jimmy, Anne, Tim, Andrew and Leanne. And then all of you and your predecessors at this table when hard decisions and directions were required. The project was delivered within budget for each stage of the work, and I would like to think it also was done in time. Our Punawai Sports Hub has been recognised with national awards for its community and user-centred approach and project management success. The community outcomes have been achieved. The space is still a special place for dog walkers and bird lovers. We estimated we'd have 250,000 participations by the end of year 4. We'll be at 215 by the end of year 2, even with COVID. We will knock this goal out of the park, particularly due to the wider community use of this space, not just the 4 codes. More sports and recreation groups want to be part of this place and what it represents. The community members of the project governance groups are now the basis for a fledgling trust that provides ongoing community-based strategic leadership advice and ongoing development activation of the place. The 2 final comments I want to share is that we wanted to have, and this is a story that demonstrates what we did, we wanted to have some way of symbolising the historical and developing culture of Ngā Punawai Sports Hub. We asked for a price from the consultants. We fell off our chairs. We had a few days to go to the opening celebration, so we talked, connected, and we did what was best. Kaha, Scott and I then went to Littleton Port Company. They shut down their quarry for us as we walked around, picked some rocks up. These rocks were to represent the Māori of the partners, the history, the community and the council. They were transported to that place up there, and if you're out there sometime, I'll take you and talk to you more about what they meant. I don't believe anyone charged us for the cost of making that happen. And then lastly, on Tuesday this week, I was fortunate to listen to Peter Gluckman talk about the challenges our community and the world will face post-COVID, particularly for social cohesion. He highlighted now more than ever the value cross-community engagement that is achieved through participation, recreation and sport at a place like Ngā Punawai is critical to our individual and community wellbeing. The team and what we achieved so far is awesome. Dumeke.
Thank you. And yeah, thanks very much indeed for taking us through the chronology of what happened, and clearly some big challenges along the way, but your closing remarks really tell the story of collaboration and what we've really achieved here. So thank you and well done. Let's now move to some questions. Tim.
It's not really a question. I just you forgot to mention one person, which was yourself, David, and from the very start, outstanding. And there were some real challenges there without question. But for me, as I mentioned at the opening with regards to Rowley, Hill Morton and Hoonhay, really some challenging communities. But with all those different sports there, those young people are learning different things and different skills, even being trained how to run properly, which helps them on the league field and other places, and that hand to eye and other things. So it's more than what it was meant to be, and that's a great legacy that you and your team have left. So thank you very much. And it's not even in my ward or election year.
Tim, thanks for saying that, but genuinely it was easy to do this because we had the framework, we had the strategic priorities about how we should work together within council, how we should work with the community. You folk have set that, ELT represent that, that's the leadership that our team was given, and we just did what we were asked.
Thank you. Any further questions? Jimmy?
For comments, yeah. I remember.
So have we moved beyond questions?
Okay,
Nobody's got questions.
Question?
So Jimmy, make some comments.
Yeah,
Yeah,
particularly like to follow the term, but like to acknowledge the staff done an amazing job. It's not only the council doing this one, actually it's working together with partnership with all those the sports club and some other stakeholders. I remember even I myself, I attended soul turning, blazing and opening. One day it's very cold, we was there, Kahora, have blazing. Oh, very cold. We never forget this one. But in our inner being, we feel very warm, very hot, because this kind of Olympic standard, those athletes, the kind of the sports field, as well as some multi-function, multi-purpose the sports the field. So I do appreciate the staff done an amazing job. Also, I'm very proud. I remember Tim and myself, we are in the hearing panel to listen to the people. Even eventually it's conditional, but we approve. I think at the moment everyone, is appreciated at least the sports. It is probably South Island biggest one. All right, fantastic. Thank you, staff.
Thank you. So I'm now treating this that we're in debate because that's the nature of the comments people have been making. Is there anything anybody would like to add? Yanni?
I had a question around the sustainability.
Sorry.
We did move from questions quite seamlessly into debate. If you've got a question, I will allow it because it wasn't obvious that that's what had happened.
Sorry, I was just so I know that, those of us who are aware of the project know how hard you work to recycle other facilities' equipment. So really, appreciate that. I guess the one issue around water reuse was something that came through in the closeout report. And I just wondered if there's anything that we've learnt since we've opened the facility around, would we do something different in that space?
I think there's potential for us to do something different with hockey surfaces in the future. Certainly the way that those spaces are moving with regards to waterless hockey turfs, or having the hockey turfs in like a bath, so that you can recycle the water, so the water comes up from underneath as opposed to being sprayed on. So there's lots of investigations going on that for now for the next Olympics, and we'll probably set the benchmark. And so for future developments, that approach wasn't available at that time. We definitely watch, we monitor every single drop of water that goes onto that space. Hockey pay for the excess water they use as a motivator for not. They're probably moving away from cannons to hand watering because it's more efficient. And so there are levers that we're constantly pulling about how we operate it now, and in future design for New Zealand and Christchurch, there'll be new changes to it as well.
So I guess, I don't want to take away anything from the amazing work that was done and what was really difficult circumstances, and I too want to acknowledge David and the role that your team's played and the staff that have been involved. I think for me, the two kind of issues where, maybe that we can get as part of a separate process a degree of greater understanding is around accessibility in terms of design, and also the whole issue of, with these massive areas that we use a lot of water, what we can do to learn and to look at water reuse in terms of rainwater or grey water. So, but I just want to acknowledge this was a really difficult project that staff and particularly David worked really hard to bring together in challenging circumstances, and we are very fortunate to have a wonderful facility. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anything anybody else wants to add? Anne.
I want to reinforce everything that people have said, David, particularly for your leadership. Thank you for that, what you've done. But also to acknowledge the hard work that you did as a team to bring people along with you, and the number of times you invited the surrounding community onto site to explain to them what was happening and to involve them. And there are still issues, as you know, but it was a very good process. So thank you.
I just do want to echo that it was hundreds of us. It wasn't me. Yeah. It was hundreds.
So, just in closing, David, certainly acknowledging the role that you played, certainly acknowledging the role that many other staff, contractors, subcontractors, people involved with the groups played. Darren, the role that you played in oversight of this part of the programme. And obviously there were lots of different parts of the work that went into this within this organisation. Obviously the two of you leading this, but many staff supporting you in doing that. So we've got a very thorough report in front of us. I think it makes it very clear that there was a huge amount of work went into this, supporting us in our decision making, but supporting the partnership with the other groups and all of that work to bring people together. I remember the early stages of this when some of that work was looking very challenging. There were some good opportunities there, but certainly some challenges. And the challenges, again, that we had to deal with in the middle part of the project with some of those adverse weather events and a lot of water. Certainly are things that I haven't forgotten about. But despite all of that, we've grabbed the opportunity and we've got something which is a real success now there. But again, in front of us, we've got a very thorough report that tells us the way that we got there. So thank you for the work that you've done. Thanks to the people that have supported you, and thank you for bringing the report to us today.
You're very welcome.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour, say aye. Against? That's carried. Oh, did we have a mover and a second? Sorry, Anne, yep. And Tim. Yep, so Anne and Tim. Sorry, my apologies. We'll do that again then, now that it's been moved and seconded. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. All right, so now moving to the next closeout report, the Town Hall Capital Project closeout report. So, Alistair, welcome to the table. This has been to the Audit and Risk Committee prior to coming here. Alistair will take some commentary from you, and then I might just invite Sam to make any brief remarks he wants to make as Deputy Chair of the Audit and Risk Committee, and then we'll move to questions.
Yeah, I just had to come up after following Napuna Wai, and I got told sidelong that I wasn't going to get a round of applause. So I'm in quite a negative state at the minute. So
and I stand by that.
Yeah. So this is a closeout report, and it is final. It's been a long journey, so I'll just give you a very brief overview, which is in the closeout report, the Town Hall rebuild. I don't think I need to talk to the project purpose and background, but we all know that it was an iconic heritage project. Repair and return it to service to meet its current functional requirements, and recognise that its heritage status was at the forefront of that. We all know the earthquakes badly damaged it, and we know that the council resolved in mid-2015 to fully restore the Town Hall. And in 2018, we also decided to put the new Christchurch Symphony Orchestra building in place of the Cambridge Room and the Ron Ball studio. The project benefits, we've acknowledged that we've met those needs, which was 100% of the new building standard was achieved. We've upgraded the structural, the acoustic, the fire, the mechanical and electrical services, and with this repair has extended the building's lifespan for a further 50 years and beyond. We recognised its iconic heritage status, and we've met the key functional requirements for the heritage building. So all of those were a big yes, and that included adding the additional CSO building. We believe we've met the needs of the business case, which were around livable cities, strong communities, healthy environment and prosperous economy. I'm not going to talk about good governance, because that changed. Project budget summary. We originally started with a 127,500 million, and we've ended at 164,842,564, which is the end figure and final figure. You'll see through the change summary process, we've gone through the appropriate process. We've got the appropriate resolutions noted in the report, and then there is a wee table talking about the spend against the project budget and what it was against. So we've included all of those budgets. We've included the project timeline summary, the baseline completion dates versus the actuals. We've just put in some health and safety and environmental targets, which is around the worker hours on the project across the multiple years, and you'll see the increase up to 1 million people on site with quite a low LTI of 14 injuries, which are lost time injuries. Project documentation is filed and sealed in our TRIM storage system, and the final part, project final status summary, is the sustainability elements. And again, you just asked a question around sustainability, and it's fair to say there are some. If we go through the sustainability items, there's quality delivery, so following a ISO quality environmental management process with Hawkins, OSH and OSH HAS 1801. Health and safety standards were met. Energy efficiency by using ground source heat pumps. The use of a BMS system for the town hall operations, which has increased the efficiency. Air handlers, which were fitted with VSD, so variable speed drives, which also is around efficiencies. The maximising natural light, double glazing, LED lighting. The Ferrier fountains now on a closed loop system, which is basically using less potable water and is managing the quality of that water that's in there as well. Ground source meets the needs of the greenhouse gas emissions. It's a great system. It's a system that we've been monitoring now for two years and working with ECAN on the way that we re-inject back into the source. Solid waste reduction has been a big thing for the town hall with regards to how they manage the actual construction and the construction capability, but also the management of the heritage project products that we've been put into storage and then reused. Adaptability, so we've enduring design for the projects, made it adaptable for the future. We've just completed a purpose-built waste store, which was post-completion target, and that's been completed and is now in defects liability. The social responsibility aspects are around restoration of a significantly improved facility with accessibility is one of the forefronts of what we were trying to achieve in a 1970s building. The historical refurbishment and restoration has been captured through Dr. Ian Lockhead's book. We've got project conservators that are talking publicly around the conservation effort. The CSO has a new home, and that home is working really well for them. It's a restoration of an iconic building that in a tangible way reconnects with the city's past. Since February 2019 and opening, this was as per the timing of the creating this document was 227 events with over 123,000 guests. And the last bullet there under social responsibility was around the restoration of the Christchurch Town Hall was a significant symbol of recovery for the city and has had a meaningful and genuine social impact on the community. From an economic perspective, consultant team, predominantly all New Zealand owned companies. Main contractor is based in Christchurch. All site management were locally based. 95% of the site management were permanent employees. On the patronage, many of the guests will also be visitors to the region. It's had a positive impact on the local economy and accommodation and hospitality industries. Venues Otatahi sources its local procurement strategy through its local procurement strategy. 71% of all food and beverage now coming from the Canterbury region. I wasn't going to read any more than that on that particular one. The post-project review or lessons learned. We presented at the Audit and Risk Committee on the 16th of June, and there have been some substantial learnings from the way that this project went to market, has been delivered and is now completed. The final couple of items are around project final status summary, which is obviously all green. The project documentation is stored, and just a note there, the last of the subsequent stages of physical works was handed over on the 24th of January 2020, along with the full as-built and O&M information. And the defects period culminated on the 21st of December in 2020. And that's me. I've finished my report.
Great, thank you very much indeed. Sam, is there anything that you wanted to add just by way of a summary of the discussion or any outcomes from audit and risk?
Yeah, I mean, Alice has covered obviously everything in the report. Probably the only two things that cropped up from us was just, and it's just something to bring up, obviously with CMUA approaching as well, is just that ongoing need to report through to governance. And have that line of sight over it. That does seem to be one of the things that we can improve on, and largely we have with a lot of the processes in place. I think Andrew, as we talked about in the past, obviously CMU is going to come on a monthly basis to F&P, isn't it, for an update?
Bi-monthly.
Oh, it's going to come bi-monthly.
Bi-monthly in a formal report, but there'll
be
opportunity for briefings outside of that formal reporting as well.
Perfect. So there'll be a good line of sight of it, because obviously that's our key project. And just the other one that the audit committee felt needed to be picked up, and Dawn's already working on it, is around that the transfer of budgets within the capital program. and so they too shared the council's view that we need more oversight without hindering, I guess, the ability of the organisation to do their job. So that was probably the two takeaways that Audit and Risk picked up on. And probably actually the final thing was noting that, a lot of the recommendations Alistair has talked about are certainly well embedded within the organisation already. So it's been a good chance to reflect on it, particularly as we go into Semure and, even a couple of the pools and that kind of capital program as well. So I think there was a high degree of comfort around it from Audit and Risk overall, noting there's probably a couple of things that during the review we could have picked up, but by and large I think it's pretty tidy. So that was about it.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, so Sam, you're happy to move. Do I have a seconder? Pauline. Is there any debate? I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. And then item 13, the Capital Delivery Major Facilities Elected Member Updates. So, Alistair, this is yours as well. Are there any comments that you want to make on any of these major facilities before we ask you questions?
No, not. I didn't really. I could probably do a bullet point on every one just to go through them.
We'll take the report as read.
Yep, do that.
It's just if there's anything additional that you wanted to add.
No, I'm happy with the content of the elected member updates.
Great, thank you very much. Are there any questions? Yanni.
Probably won't come as a surprise, but are we still looking at a construction phase complete of Q4 2022 for Metro Sports?
Parakiori.
Yeah. Parakiori. So when are we? Do we have an opening
date on that?
Yeah.
Yep, the date that's been declared is still the same date, and I've taken the role. For those that don't know, Mark Noonan, who sits on there, is actually just in his first week of recovery from his hip replacement. So I'm sat on the PCG and the PGG as well at some point. So went to the last PCG, and the date they're declaring is still the same date for completion. And to be quite honest, having gone through that PCG. The report from CPB at the time was they were still aiming from a program perspective to meet that need. So,
okay. Just in regards to the tenders that were called, and again, I appreciate that I don't think it's not council's procurement, but do we know if there's been any preference to local operators? And I just think of like the success, say for example, at the library with the local cafe, or I guess the hot saltwater pools as well. So.
I'd have to probably seek some advice and come back to you on that, Billy, because I don't know where they went to and what the process was.
Okay, no, that's cool. I know in the past councils raised the concern that we use as much as possible local businesses.
Yep. Let's get an answer outside of this meeting to that. That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, so Sam, you'll move. Pauline will second. Just to make the comment, and Sam alluded to it earlier, this report, this Capital Delivery Major Facilities Updates report, comes to this committee every second month.
Yes.
From now on, in those months when this report doesn't come, so in the third and the fifth month, when this comes in the first and second, in the off month we will get the bi-monthly report on the multi-use arena, which will also come bi-monthly. So on every agenda there'll either be this report or the report on the multi-use arena, and that'll be starting from the month of July, so from next month. All right, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. Item 14, the multi-use arena land at 262 Hereford Street. So Luca Rhys Thomas and Bruce Rendell, welcome to the table.
Afternoon.
Thank you. And any remarks on this report?
So look, this report is about trying to get ahead of the game, although we're still responding a bit in this case, but we're working to be sending a message that we want to find solutions, we want to find ways of utilising our land to get revenue, but being forward focused and trying to send a message of being open for business, to allow for use of our land by the community and potentially by commercial operators. So in this case, we've got a piece of land that we know is available for several years and could be utilised. We want to go out to the community and to businesses and see if there's any use that they can put to it. Some have already indicated some ideas. We need to explore those. We're suggesting a two-stage process and recommending a two-stage process so that we can bring back those ideas to you to then draw up a shortlist before taking them back to get further detail on that as well, because we haven't got a clear idea of what you as governors would see as acceptable or not. So I'll stop there and really turn for questions.
All right, thank you. So the timeline for this two-stage process, how long will it take to get from beginning to end?
Oh, maybe 6 to 8 months all up. Probably 3 months for an AOI, reporting back to the committee, then an RFP, depending on the results, and again, probably another 2 months. But there's also a consultation element in this as well, if we grant a lease over 6 months.
I think we would be working on a slightly faster than that process, but you're probably looking at 3 to 4 months all up for a process there.
And I know there's been some suggestion that this could be a one-stage rather than a two-stage process, and we could go straight to RFP and then consider proposals that came in without the need for the 2 stages. What would your view of that be?
That's certainly a possibility. In that case, we would need to still keep governors informed of the potential uses and make sure that we're considering those. And that might be through checking in early on with evaluation criteria and making sure that you are completely comfortable with evaluation criteria. We've suggested that that might then extend evaluation criteria away from just purely revenue and commercial factors to include amenity factors so that we're taking into account community concerns very early on.
All right. And how long would that one-stage process take?
You're probably looking at a couple of weeks to get a document prepared, a 4-week process to get that out and allow for sensible submissions, and then another 2-week period for consideration and evaluation.
Okay, so less than half the time, much less than half the time of the 2-stage process.
Plus consultation.
Okay, all right. Are there any further questions on this? Yanni and then Phil.
Yeah, I guess just 2 questions in terms of alternative use. I know previously when our board was briefed on the Sexton's house at the Barbados Cemetery, that there was a request from the Parks unit for a need for space for a works yard. So this would be ideal with the car parking and the facility. So I just wanted to ensure that we've been through our internal process.
Keep in mind we're talking about a temporary use. Setting up a works depot is a very expensive process, and we wouldn't be looking to do that as a temporary use.
So not a full-on works depot. I think it was just storage, and it wasn't a big flash thing that I thought the need was, but just wanted to check that we have checked with our other council units. And then the other one that comes to mind is obviously the youth space in the eastern frame is going because Fletchers are doing the development, and just wondering whether that might be a suitable temporary place. So that was only the other piece of feedback.
Well, at the moment, the report only focuses on the corner site, which is actually not that large. The building and the car park might be used by the CMUA development team, the construction team. So the report is just focusing on the corner site.
I don't think they'd need a massive space, but it just may be a possibility if there was a need. I'll apologise, I need to leave, but just people can consider that however they like.
Aware of that, thank you. All right, further questions, Phil.
Thanks, guys, and good on you for looking at ways of getting money in for the council. But I think in this case, this piece of land is no bigger than this room that we're sitting in. It's tiny, and for the effort that you're going to go to do all this stuff, I'd say on a good day with a tailwind, you might have someone in there by Christmas time, would you? Yep. So that's 2 years. 2 years they've got, and I think for all the work and effort you're doing, I would suggest that you're going to do the building to the stadium guys, maybe.
Yep.
Why don't you just throw this bit at it as well? And they'll put some porta coms or a car park or something on there. They'll soon fill it up. They'll be building a small city there of people to look after it. And all I'm trying to do is not suggest that you go to a hell of a lot of work for not a lot of return.
So we've worked closely with CMUA to get to this point, and in many ways we're working on their behalf. So that they've certainly taken that into account. They're still recommending that they see some benefit, especially if they can get some additional revenue off it. We can certainly go back to them with those concerns.
Thank you. Anne.
Desire to generate income from this bit of land. So you might have some ideas already about some thoughts about how you could do that. You haven't brought any ideas. You've got some thoughts about that?
Certainly we're aware that some have suggested the use for a billboard. That's got its own challenges in terms of consenting requirements. So what we want to do is ask the community and ask businesses if they can come up with ideas for a temporary use on that site.
Sam.
So I'm just trying to understand, and can you just put it in really layman's terms for me, I guess the material difference between the staff recommendation and the alternate resolution that's there?
Yeah. So the material is we don't come back to councillors for a decision on effectively the short list of acceptable uses. So in an EII process, you'd go out, you'd get a long list of uses, you'd then use your criteria to narrow that down, make sure that you are comfortable, and then ask them to provide a detailed proposal including revenue projections in this case. The alternative just simply says provide your best shot right at the start. You don't get that chance to say, actually we don't like this, and then if you're coming back through your evaluation criteria and they're preferred based on your evaluation criteria, you're in a less able to exclude at that later stage.
But it's only temporary anyway, isn't it?
It's only temporary, yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm happy to move the alternate resolution if...
And I'm happy to second it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Great. So that puts the alternative resolution on the table, which is what I was hoping would happen. Are there any further questions?
Do you want to just clarify though with it in part 4 of that, you want A or B?
Just get on with
All right.
Good. And you can keep us informed as you go through that process?
Yep.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, yeah, I'll make a few comments in a minute, but yeah. Okay, no further questions? So this has been moved and seconded. I'm glad that we went to the second set of resolutions rather than the first. I mean, I understand the robustness of the first and why staff made the recommendations that you did, but, you know, we're looking at an opportunity here and we want to be able to realise that opportunity as quickly as possible. We're looking at an opportunity for some income, obviously, from this piece of land. We're looking at the opportunity for some use of a piece of land which is in a prominent position. And my view is we need to be getting on with that as quickly and as efficiently as we possibly can. I think what we've got in front of us by way of this resolution is something which is workable and robust, but is going to take much less time to achieve an outcome than the proposal that was described to us, particularly around the timings and the 2 stages in the staff recommendation. I think here we found the right balance, bearing in mind that this is a temporary use. It's only going to be happening for a short period of time, and there are some activities that might come up in proposals that would require consenting anyway, which would deal with any adverse effects or any other matters that might be concerns in that way. So, yeah, I think here we're taking the opportunity, we're getting on with it as quickly as we can, but still using a robust process. Any further comments? So I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? So Sarah voting against. That's carried.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item 15, the proposal to establish a new development contributions rebate scheme for Papakainga developments. So Shane, I would invite you to the table along with Gavin. And maybe just to start by explaining some of the background to this and, between Shane and Gavin, the background to it, why we've got the paper in front of us that we have and what's led to that, and then, Gavin, what we're seeking to achieve through this as well. Thank you.
Do I start? Yep. Ia ka nui a ka rahi tēnā koutou, ka nui te mihi ki a koutou. Good afternoon. So this DC rebate scheme relates specifically to Papakainga Kainga Nohoanga development on Māori reserve land only, and pertains only to Māori land owners. You will recall that this paper came through mid-April and was put to one side, and councillors asked for a workshop which we held 2 weeks later, and we brought in the Māori Land Court to help broaden councillors' understanding of new legislation that becomes effective on the 1st of July this year, but also a broader understanding of some of the historical reasons around enabling Māori to develop their land and whether previously be constrained. So just to reconfirm, it focuses only on Māori reserve land, primarily on the peninsula at Rapaki, Onuku, Wairewa and Kokorarata. It's really important to remember those 4 areas because only one of them is serviced by council with council infrastructure. And that will give you a bit wider understanding of why there won't be a big rush for development across the other 4 reserves, because without infrastructure they cannot develop their land, or they need to look at alternatives. So really any, whilst there is positivity for all of the 4 areas, it really is only going to affect Rapaki in the first instance, where we would expect to see any major developments. And even then, when we're talking major developments, we're probably only talking about 15 to 20 houses in the next sort of 5 to 10 years. That's our sort of best estimate. Approving this rebate today, if you choose to do so, is one small component of removing one of the many related barriers that Māori have encompassed for 181 years primarily. And that's something I do not want to lose emphasis on. It aligns with the direct intent from Crown, which is both intimated and written in legislation to enable Māori to develop their land both economically and socially. Papakainga developments provide a whānau-based environment, social housing, a whānau-based environment for Māori to look after their own. It is a social housing rebate. The rebate actually only applies to residential, so there is no commercial activity within this rebate, just to reinforce that. Notwithstanding the introduction of this rebate, if you choose to do so, there are still many other hurdles that Māori will encounter in developing their land. Another reason why we think it will take some time for many Māori landowners to move ahead. But it is one step in the right direction. It is one step that meets the Crown intent, and it is one step that is the right thing to do. After that, I'm going to hand over to Gavin, but if you've got any queries, I'm happy to answer them afterwards. Gavin.
So, as Shane mentioned, the Local Government Rating of Whenua Māori Act has introduced some expectations on Council to use through its development contributions policy to support the preamble of the Te Turi Whenua Act. So those are, in essence, to support Māori to live on and utilise and enjoy their land. The Council's got an opportunity here to introduce something that's very simple, very cost effective, and that with the other initiatives the Council is undertaking has the potential to enable development of that land by the people who own the land. The mechanism itself, as I say, is simple and straightforward and can be introduced very quickly.
Thank you. So, Leanne, you're happy to move. Mike will second. Excellent. Are there any questions on this? Any debate? All those in favour say aye. Against? That's carried.
Mauri ora kia koutou. I'm really pleased that you've made this decision. It's a bold move, and I acknowledge that. and it is a step in the right direction. Kia ora.
Kia ora. So now moving to, is that everything in the open agenda done? I think it is, isn't it? Oh no, Central Plains Water Trust Statement of Intent. So item 16. So this is simply receiving the statement of intent. Is there a mover for this? Okay. So Tim will move and a seconder, and Melanie will second. And Sarah, you've got a question.
Yep, thanks a lot. Who decides what an appropriate balance is when it comes to the balance between the agricultural development and the enhancement of the environment stuff? From the original trustee that's carried through into the statement of intent?
That would be a judgment that would be made by the trust itself, and in its reporting it should be characterising how it looks at that and how its research has supported that. Every year it issues an environmental impacts report, and that's independently commissioned, and so that would draw together the research.
The trust deed's been done twice, so once at the establishment and then again it was revised in 2012, and I'm just wondering, there's two versions.
I'm not aware of it being.
There was an establishment trust deed, and then the current one is 2012.
12, yeah, that's right.
So there was one earlier than then.
I think that was it was for a different purpose. It was about establishing the trust, and then there was the trust deed in 2012.
Okay. Is there a chance to revise that at some point?
That is on our agenda. We've, you might recall, we've been working on this quite hard over the last 2 years to try and refresh the trust and to get it moving forward after a period of stagnation. And we have a few things that, now that we've put a lot of the core business, got that all back on track, we will look at the trust deed and its objectives.
So they've got some comments around the carbon emissions, and that they don't want to become net neutral because they think that the farms will do that because they're providing them with water. And we've also asked that they look at measuring their carbon footprint. Do you know if there's an intention to even measure their own organisational carbon footprint as the Plains Trust? Because that's what we've asked for.
Yes. No, I don't think they have a commitment to do that at this stage. That is something we have raised with them through the in the early stages through the enduring letter of expectation. But we've had pushback from Selwyn Council and the trust on that, and I think that is more to do with their engagement with the water company and its emissions. At this point, we are at a pivot point where we can start to push a little bit through those issues now that we've sort of stabilised the trust or our interest in the trust.
So the trust and the company operate in an area that's not within our district, and I'm just wondering whether it's staff opinion that this is something that we should actually still be involved in. It doesn't seem like it would be core CCC business. I can see why Selwyn are involved, and I can see why council wanted to be involved at the start-up, maybe. But I really can't see a clear reason why we would stay involved in a trust that is set up to help irrigate farmland in a different district.
That issue was traversed about just when we came to the point of reinvigorating the trust, and it was decided that, so that would have been, where are we now, 21? That would have been 2019. It was decided here that we would maintain our interest in the trust. I think it's that the water that they're taking, the river comes into the Christchurch district, and so that there is...
Well, it's the Waimakariri. It's between the Rakaia and the Waimakariri, and that's on our boundary.
Yeah, that's right. It's at the boundary. So, and that there was potentially impacts and that the benefits of the trust could be returned to Christchurch as well as Selwyn, because it's near that boundary anyway.
Yeah, I'm just even looking at their environmental reporting and stuff. I'm struggling to see that it is actually giving us any benefit, and just let you know, I can't see if they are not even willing to look at even measuring their own footprint, then I'm not going to be able to vote in favour of receiving the letter of intent today. Thanks.
Is there a thought, Linda, that now that, I mean, there is a question about what benefit there is that accrues to Christchurch. I mean, certainly the thinking at the time that we made the decision to remain involved was that we were a settlor of the trust, and we hadn't necessarily stepped up to that in the way that we might have done in previous periods. I think we've sorted a lot of that out now. We've got things back on an even track. I mean, there's a part of that says, you know, that then leads to maybe now that we've put things to how they should have been, we should consider whether we want to continue to be involved, or if we did, how we use the letter of expectation to ensure that we do achieve the kind of outcomes that Sarah quite rightly is raising.
Yeah. Excuse me, I think that now that we have reinvigorated that trust, it is a point in time now where we can look forward instead of trying to catch up to where we should have been, and so we can take those things on, and in the context of trying to sort of identify what costs, what any costs or risks are to Christchurch, and whether there should be an offsetting benefit coming from the trust.
That might be something that staff might like to turn their mind to. From a point of view of, you know, yeah, there were some good reasons why there was, in my view, there were some good reasons why there was a responsibility we needed to take. But now that we've done that, I mean, a huge amount of work has been done to get this to where it is now. We could probably take that in one of two directions, which is to continue to be responsible and use the letter of expectation to do more of that, or to say we've now got this to a point where it is capable of being stepped back from, maybe we should consider doing that. Great. So maybe that's something just to take out of this meeting for some thought. All of that is quite different than what we're here to do today, which is to receive the statement of intent, but the content of the statement of intent, quite rightly, speaks to what we might want to include in a future letter of expectation, so that we can get a future statement of intent that we might be more comfortable with than we are with some of the detail or some of what's proposed in this one. Sarah, did you have anything further on it? Okay. Are there any further questions? Phil?
I'm just a bit confused. Sarah, what are we talking about?
Well, the letter of expectation.
Yeah, but the carbon stuff that you want to do?
Yeah, please do.
We've asked all our companies to be net neutral like we are in 2030 for their own operations. And we've also asked that they measure their footprint. Like, yes. Yeah, even just measure it so you know where you're at, right?
And these guys.
And they've said no. But
So-
their intent is not to do that.
So rather than talking across the table, I might get Miles to jump in with a comment.
Look, can I just suggest that we bring back a briefing on this? There's probably an original purpose, understanding the original purpose of the involvement, what it actually offers in terms of managing the water consent that goes with this, and also what we could do with the letter of expectation to achieve outcomes, and whether or not we should still remain.
Yeah. It's not just the carbon stuff, but the nitrate issues. I know it's mostly agricultural rather than dairy and stuff, but actually there's still impacts on water, and we know now more than we did about where that water flows when they were set up.
So having, and that's by getting clarity around what being the owner of the consent is, and your ability to influence that might be helpful.
Absolutely.
Indeed.
Thank you.
So, Phil, did that answer your question, or have you got something further?
No.
Okay, that's great. And I think, yeah, bringing this back for a briefing is a good idea. I mean, Pauline and I in particular have been very close to it. People from previous councils may have a greater level of knowledge than people who are around the table in this term of council only. I think that will be useful. Any further questions? Jimmy?
To the settler council, how about this one, statement intent? Present to the Selwyn Council, not yet. Do you know the status?
Selwyn Council was, the Chief Executive, Selwyn, told us that he would be asking his council to approve it, or to accept rather just to accept it.
Not yet. At the moment, it's not yet or already received.
Oh,
What's that, sorry?
I don't know what his timing was. I have a feeling it will already have gone there, yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. And yeah, just to point out the issue that Sarah was raising around conflicts, Pauline and I are members of a joint committee whose job it is to take care of council. You know, we're acting on behalf of council and with a couple of councillors from Selwyn district to look after council's interest in this regard. We're not trustees of the trust, so we're not making a decision today on a body that Pauline and I are members of. All we do is take care of council's interest in this matter with a couple of councillors from Selwyn on that joint committee. So I will put the motion. Pauline, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, just that. I think it's been an excellent move to have the City Council involved in this group, in this trust and this committee, sorry. And Andrew and I have put many hours into this, and Linda too, thank you for all your work. It was in a state of inertia, I think it's fair to say, when we came along. And we've pretty much shaken it up. But one of the highlights I'd like to really point out is the fact that there's an educational obligation for the trust to meet, and they've really stepped up just suddenly to start to do that and engage with all the kids out there and anyone else who needs education around water quality, protecting our water. And I think that's a really, really good thing that's come out of this, and that's Al Archer, I think, leading that. And regarding agriculture, I mean, I really tried to get horticulture in there too, but I think it is broadened out as far as horticulture. It's not just dairying. They have got a really open mind about what is going to happen out there. So I think it's really valuable for us to continue that joint committee, because it's only going to be meeting, I think, twice a year. So it's not a huge burden. I think we've done the hard yards. But thank you, Andrew, for all the work you've put into that, because you've been leading that, so it's been really good.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? So Sarah against. That's carried. Thank you. Okay, so that now completes the open agenda. So I'll now resolve that we exclude the public for the reasons set out in the report. Sam will second. All those in favour say aye. Against? That's... So Aaron votes against. Aaron votes against. So that's carried. So...
I'm not offended. I sit down and you leave.
All right, so we'll quickly deal...